Now we got those big boys. We got those big boys. Okay. Yeah, sorry. But anyway, different location. Yeah. I had to like oh, let me actually start recording this. Okay. But anyway, hi everyone, I'm Chandler15 and welcome to my rant stream of the Insomniac Spider-Man games. And I forgot to put the shit on Discord. Hang on one moment. But yeah, I have a different setup because see, I didn't like that table that I normally put my laptop on is just too fucking short for me to do PC games. So whenever I have PC games I want to play, like Arkham Knight or Class of '09, I'll just play here. Of course, I have to move my webcam from the TV over to here, but it's not really a big deal. But yeah, I actually like this setup. It's not perfect, but it's actually pretty good. The only thing that's annoying is that this little table of mine here moves around. But it's the perfect height for my laptop. It's just not very sturdy, but it's okay as long as I don't move it around too much. Yeah, Maple has done reviews of these games, so go and check those out. I really wish I had read Ow. I really wish I had read them. Sorry, I hit my headphones. I really wish I had read those reviews before doing the stream, because I mean I guess I can read them or just skim them as I'm doing the stream. So in case I need like anything else, need to write myself anything else I can talk about, and of course Maple's here to help me out too. So anyway. But yeah, I have quite a bit to say on these games. I didn't like type out an bullet points. Sometimes I just don't do it, not because of laziness, but because I feel like it's just better for me to type as I go along. But sometimes I do type before I do a rant stream because there are some things I really need to like get down before I start a rant stream. But for others, I'm just like, okay, I'll just type as I go. But anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I watched Venom: The Last Dance. I mean, it was watchable. I mean, it's a Venom movie. Was anyone expecting anything else? I wasn't expecting anything else. Like they all suck. They all suck. But this one, I mean, it was all right, I guess. I mean, it was better than the first movie. I'm not sure if I'd say it was better than the second, but I mean, it was better than the first at least. But yeah, all the Venom movies suck. But the thing is that I thought the movie got. I think the movie actually started getting good when, like, at the halfway point. Like, the first half was just lame Venom humor shit. But at past a certain point, it actually started getting good, in my opinion. But I'll say that for another rant stream. I'll just say that I watched it. My mom took me out to watch it because, well, we were going to celebrate my 30th birthday a lot earlier, but shit happened, so we decided to do it today. Anyway, what's sad about Venom: The Last Dance is that it's not even close to the worst superhero movie this year. You're right, it's not. And will likely be the best Sony Marvel movie of the year. I'm afraid so, because, I mean, let's just face it, there have been quite a number of crappy superhero movies lately. There have been some good ones, obviously, but there have also been some bad ones. Yeah, there's just no consistency. And apparently, there's a new Captain Marvel. I'm sorry, not Captain Marvel. Captain America movie coming out. Um, I kind of don't care. Sorry, I don't. Like, if I didn't care about what was that show called? The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. If I didn't care about that series, which I don't, then I'm not gonna care about this movie probably. Anyway, yeah, I've heard good things about Deadpool and Wolverine, but and I mean the Marvels was. decent in my opinion. I thought it was good. Um, I don't know if it was. I think that one movie came out last year. Was it last year? Or was it early this year? I don't even remember. It was probably last year. But I mean, not all superhero movies have been bad lately, but a lot of them have been. Oops. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I've heard. But yeah, as Maple said, there have been some good TV shows and series for superheroes lately. So there's that. Cape Crusader, yeah, I like it. I don't think it's the greatest series I've ever watched, but I actually like it. And I do need to. Oh, the Marvels came out last year. Okay, I do need to watch the Penguin though. I do need to watch that because I feel like because it would be cool with me to write a crime boss character for a story of mine one day. And I feel like watching the Penguin would probably help me better understand that character because that's not just a character you can write. Because like it's very easy to fuck up a character like that. So I feel like maybe if I watch the Penguin, I'll get a better understanding of that shit. But yeah, a lot of people here. Yeah. Hey, Ron's Geometry Dash. Watch the Batman first and then the Penguin. Okay. But yeah, hi everyone. The Speed the Runner, Gabe, Blue Wolf, Maple, everyone. Hi. I'll get to like the ranting in a bit. Just want to cover some news and shit really fast. Okay, you just updated the ranking of the 3D Sonic games. Oh, okay, Maple. I'll check that out later. But anyway, yeah, the Spider-Man games, all three of these, I like all three of them. Miles Morales is the weakest one. I think we all know that. But I mean, they're all good. Don't get me wrong, they're all good, but Miles Morales is just the weakest one. And we'll get to why that is in a second, but I mean, they all have flaws, but Miles Morales has the most. Um, though not by a lot. Anyway, but oh, you finished your third math exam. Okay, I see you, Blue. I see you. I see you. The Penguin, Vic, and especially Sophia Falcone are all great crime boss characters. I'm gonna check them out. Thank you, Maple. I'm gonna check them out. I think Spider-Man 2 was more improved. In some ways it was, in other ways, no. Just no. These are basically Marvel's version of the Batman Arkham series. Yeah, which makes sense because I believe this was made by the same company that made those games. Hence the similarities in combat. But anyway, let's see. I think, but yeah, I'll rant about Venom: The Last Dance at some other point in time. Might as well pair that with the Wild Robot because I want to watch that too. And I think it's streaming on Disney Plus now. Oh, sorry if my voice sounds a bit weird. I mean, um I'm technically better, feeling better. I don't have a cold anymore, but I guess a little bit of that is left over. So it's made my voice sound slightly off, but my voice is mostly back, so no, that was Rockstar that made the Batman Arkham games. Oh, okay. Along with WB Games Montreal. These games are made by Insomniac. Oh, okay. So I guess Insomniac just took inspiration from those games. You're almost done with Spider-Man 2? Oh, okay. And you beat Spider-Man Miles Morales. Oh, okay. Well, if you're almost done with Spider-Man 2, I don't know if you already know what happens in the game, but it's a Rantstream, so there are going to be spoilers in it. So, if you don't want to be spoiled, then I should highly suggest you click away. But if you don't care, or if you already know what happens, then keep watching. The Wild. Wait, why did I think the Wild Robot? Yeah, it's a DreamWorks movie. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of something else that was recently came out on Disney Plus. My bad. Sorry. I mixed it up with a different movie. Probably Deadpool and Wolverine was what I mixed it up with because that one is actually on Disney Plus now. But the Wild Robot, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Sometimes I mix up these movies. I'm sorry. Yeah, see, Maple just said it. Anyway, What about the Uncharted series? Aren't they similar to Spider-Man games? I have no idea because even though I have the games, I have not played them. But I do plan to play them soon. Just not right now. Okay, but anyway, I guess we should get into it. I don't have anything else to say. Okay, so game chronology, because why the fuck not? So Spider-Man, uh, Marvel Spider-Man, the one made by Insomniac Games in 2018, that came out on the PS4 and was later remastered on the PS5. And then roughly 2 years after that, we got Miles Morales, and then about 3 years after that, we got Spider-Man 2. So yeah, that's really all there is to that. So, so there was like a gap of 2 or 3 years between each game, which is good. Although Spider-Man 2 could have used like maybe another few months, but we'll get into why I say that later. And wow, my phone does not know how to fucking update its live chat. Let me click on this again. Anyway, okay, Marvel Spider-Man. Positives. Well, I mean, what isn't there to like about it? There's just so much to like about it. It's my favorite of all these games by far, and the one that I've actually played the most and replayed the most. I haven't actually replayed the other two. That to me is just that should tell you how much I love the first game. It's just so fucking good. Like I love the because like you guys remember Spider-Man 2 for the GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. That was one of my favorite games that I played a lot. So coming to this with so when I came to this, I was actually pleasantly surprised because even though the gameplay is noticeably quite different from that of the first Spider-Man 2 game, and I don't mean that god awful inter-electro shit. I mean the regular Spider-Man 2 game. Like honestly, oh my god. It was just such a blast playing this game for the first time. I loved all the changes and improvements in combat. Like I actually like the combat system in this game more than the one in Spider-Man 2. Though I do like the one in Spider-Man 2, but this one just took the combat to a whole new level. So let's start off the bat by saying that the gameplay was fucking fantastic. The combat was amazing. All these all these moves and dodges and finishers you can do, all the fucking suits with abilities that you can unlock and mods and shit, like all of that stuff, as well as what else? I feel like I'm missing one other thing. But yeah, like the gameplay was just overall amazing. It was just so good. Like and the gadgets, I typically just talked about the gadgets. They were great, but I didn't use them very much. Honestly, I just straight up did not use the gadgets very much in this game. Not because they were bad, but because I just liked using my fists and feet more. I liked actually just hitting people most of the time. Uh, But the gadgets were still cool. But yeah, oh my god, just it's like the gameplay is just chef's kiss. And of course the swinging, in my opinion, it does feel different from that of Spider-Man 2, but at the same time, that's not a bad thing because it still feels great. The thing is that like you can't you really just can't touch the ground while you're swinging at all. You can't. The game will not let you. But honestly, that never bothered me. I know some people complain about that. That never bothered me. I didn't mind not touching the ground while swinging like you could in Spider-Man 2 because actually I thought that was a positive in a way. Because Spider-Man 2 was kind of annoying, like accidentally hitting the ground when you just wanted to keep swinging. But here, I think that was actually an interesting addition that they put in. Like, I'm sorry, like, I'm gonna be fangirling over this a lot. I just love this game. It's just so fucking good. It's so damn good. And I even remember having so much fun getting really big combos. I even uploaded this video once of me trying to do this mission and like getting the perfect combo all the way, which I actually did do before, but when I uploaded that video, you saw that I fell short towards the end, and I was screaming inside because I just messed up my combo. But you guys saw that I was capable of doing it. I just failed to do it. But I didn't feel like redoing it. I was like, fuck it, good enough. It doesn't need to be perfect. But yeah, like I just love the combat so much in this game. And let me see. Honestly, yeah, I think I was pretty hyped for this game too before it came out. Like, and when my brother got like a good deal for his PS4, and he even got the Spider-Man bundle for it, oh my God, I was like, yes, bitch. And you guys remember when I announced it and I showed you guys the box and the controller for the PS4, I was like, yeah, I finally have a PS4. I was so excited to be playing that game, and I played the shit out of it. Like, because my brother's good at getting deals, because he's got connections and shit. And it was Black Friday, so that helped. But like, yes, I was so happy to get a PS4 bundled with Spider-Man. I was like, yes, bitch, let's go. This game basically made me buy a PS4. My brother got this game with the PS4, as I just said, so it's basically the same thing. Except that it's an even better deal. So, yes, bitch. The web swinging never felt more right than this game and the other two games. I know. The web swinging in this game is just fantastic. And what I also loved that they added was the point launch um mechanic where you could actually like um zip to certain spots on rooftops and then just bounce off them. I actually love that mechanic. I use it a lot, and it's a really good way of like keeping your momentum going in case you don't have anything to swing on like above you or whatever. So I thought that was a really cool mechanic because like I point launched the hell out of, I was like the hell out of the city. I was just point launching everywhere because it was just such a good mechanic. The web wings I didn't give a shit about, but those were in Spider-Man 2. I mean, I used them a lot. They were cool, but like um they were cool, but I didn't care that much about them. But the point launching though, now that I cared a lot about, and it was just such an interesting mechanic. Yeah, the remasters of Uncharted and Last of Us, I had those on the PS4 as well. Oh, I even have. Let me show you. I even have Uncharted: The Nathan Drake collection. So Drake's Fortune, Among Thieves, and Drake's Deception, which are one, two, and three respectively. So I have that. I just haven't gone around to playing it, but I do have it, and you can see if you. Let me check OBS to make sure you guys can actually. Yeah, like you can see, I have the this, and I also have The Last of Us too. Let me go and show that, guys. Uh, so I have this as well. I have the remastered PS4 version. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. I always suck at showing things on the camera because my brain flips things around. And yeah, you can see I have it, and I still have the original PS3 version too, right here. But I showed you guys this already, I think. So, and yeah, I had the Left Behind DLC for both. Though the remastered comes with Left Behind, actually, I believe. Yeah, it does. So, but this one didn't. I had to get this separately, but this came with Left Behind. So you can see I have both. So, but yeah, and I do have the PS5 version of this as well. So, and because I was playing it on my cousin's PS5 like the other day, like 2 days ago actually, because her birthday was 2 days ago. She's 18 now, by the way. My cousin Stephanie. Anyway, so yeah, happy birthday to her. But yeah, we were playing the first game on the PS5 there. Um, and we had gotten to the part where Ellie and Joel meet Bill, that crazy guy who has all these fucking traps and shit. But yeah. Anyway, and you guys already know I have part two, The Last of Us for the PS4, which everyone hates. I didn't hate it, but I can do a ranting about that later. but I genuinely did not hate it. I can see why people hate it. I just don't. I just personally don't hate it. But anyway, I'm just gonna put those up. And I have Uncharted 4 and 5 on the PS5 as well, just like Maple does. Yeah, there was a deal for it, so I was like, fuck it, I'll get it. So I have Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 for the PS4 and 4 and 5 for the PS5. And I think I already mentioned this, but I figured I'd mention it again. I don't hate it either. Okay, thank God. I'm not the only one. But we'll rant about that later. But anyway, yeah, I do have the Legacy of Thieves collection. So, which is what I said, like 4 and 5. Anyway, but yeah, I am a Last of Us fan. I haven't watched the show though, and I don't really care to. I just don't care. But not because it's bad, I just not interested. But like, yeah, I finished part one and part two, so yay. Why do I have this on? I don't even need the headphones. Anyway, but yeah, going back to Spider-Man, the gameplay was just amazing. Like Insomniac, they really revamped the entire system of swinging, gadgetry. Um, I'm not sure if the other games had gadgets, but before this one, but the gadgetry in this one was cool. The swinging was cool. Not swinging, just reversal in general. The combat was cool. Everything. Chef's kiss. The suits, their different abilities. The yeah, I just loved it. I'm thinking about playing on ultimate difficulty. I actually did try to play on it at one point. I started a game on it. It was tough, but I got used to it pretty quickly. But I don't think I finished. I need to go back and finish. But anyway, now the music, I mean, it's great. Cinematic scores left and right. Like I can't think of a bad track. Like all the tracks were good in this game. Like the music really served every scene it was in, from the high speed action chases or sequences or whatever, action packed scenes, emotional moments and all that shit. The music was just incredible. Oh, The Last of Us show is good. Maybe I'll give it a watch, but honestly, I just don't care about it. You're gonna get a Nintendo Switch? Yeah, you might want to hold down on that because I think Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out next year. I mean, I'm not sure if this ever been officially confirmed, but I think it's going to be coming out pretty soon. You might want to wait, or I mean, you could get the Nintendo Switch OLED, I guess. Like I have it, but you might want to wait because I don't. I feel like if you get it now and then the Switch 2 comes out not long after that, it'll feel like a waste of money. Like I didn't get a PS5 right away, as you guys already know. I waited until I could get a Slim because the original looked like absolute ass and had less storage. So I was like, I'm just gonna wait until a better model comes out, and it did, and I got it, thankfully, and it was bundled with Spider-Man 2. So that's two Spider-Man bundles I got. One for the PS4, one for the PS5. But yeah, maybe wait a bit and see where the Switch 2 goes. And if it's still gonna take a while, then I guess you can just go ahead and get a Switch. At least get the OLED. Because if you don't care about the Switch 2, then you might as well get the nicest version of the Switch. Oh, hello, Daryl player. Yeah, the Switch has been out for a while, and it's been having a pretty impressive lifespan. You'll get Mario Kart Deluxe. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We could race each other. Speaking of which, I do need to have a stream of that. I mean, I already did one for the Wii U, but that was the Wii U version, which is inferior for obvious reasons. So, but I do need to play the Switch version at one point because I haven't really been playing the Switch version very much. But anyway, great music in Spider-Man. Um, Not much to say. Normally, I don't have anything to say about the music unless there are specific tracks with songs that I like with lyrics. Because like normally I just comment on the soundtrack overall, and I think the Spider-Man game has great music. So there's that. Good sound, very good soundtrack. Okay, anything else? Oh, the story. Let's talk about the story. The story, definitely one of the best stories ever in a Spider-Man game. Just absolutely good. And um, I'm sorry, I don't want to rag on Spider-Man 2 too much because I do have some criticisms of it, more so than this game. But um, see, this game had quite a number of things going on in the story, and yet just like Spider-Man 2 did, and yet this game did a better job of handling all of those plot points than Spider-Man 2 did with all of its plot points. Because Spider-Man 2 was kind of a mess in terms of storytelling. Sorry, it just was. But this game actually handled everything. Like, because a lot of shit happened in this game. You got Peter losing his losing his fucking apartment, having to deal with Doctor Octavius and the rest of the Sinister Six and Devil's Breath and shit, and Sable and all of her fucking soldiers and all that stuff. Like a lot of shit was happening in this game. A lot of shit happened in this game, and and somehow it actually somehow it was actually told in a very satisfying way. Like I just love the story in this game. It's just so good, and at least having MJ be an active part of the plot was also a plus. And this game handled her better than Spider-Man 2 did. I'm sorry, it just did. I actually like how MJ was handled here better than in Spider-Man 2. Because in Spider-Man 2, she was kind of forced, in my opinion. In this game, not so much. I know people complain about the MJ missions in this game. I honestly didn't mind them. They were better than Miles' missions, that's for sure, because Miles' missions were boring as hell. But MJ's missions, actually not so much, because at one point she even gets a fucking taser and can stun people. And then this other mission, she can actually, um, team up with Spider-Man to take down people while she goes and tries to avoid diffuse a bomb. And it's just I think the MJ missions actually weren't bad, and they were a nice break from the action. But the Miles missions were just boring. Even the one with Rhino. Sorry, they were boring. Anyway, but the MJ missions to Spider-Man 2 though, not a fan of those. I mean, they added more gameplay mechanics to make the MJ missions more fun, but at the same time, they forced MJ down their throats, and I just wasn't a fan of that. Sorry, MJ is basically Lois Lane now. Not that I'm complaining. Yeah, I mean, either I mean, she at this point, it's okay to borrow ideas from other stories, and although I don't even think Insomniac was thinking of Lois Lane when they gave MJ that role, it might have just been a coincidence. Like Lois Lane, of course, isn't the only character that has a supportive role as a journalist or whatever, or someone who works in the newspaper, whatever her profession was. But yeah, I actually like how MJ was handled in this game. So the narrative was good. The characters were great too. All the characters. Miles was handled pretty well in this game. I thought this was a good introduction for him, and for his father. I liked his father as well, and his mother. Like I liked all the characters. Aunt May, I think this might actually be Aunt May's best appearance in this in all of Spider-Man. I think this is actually her best iteration because she basically died a hero in my opinion. That fucking disease killed her, unfortunately. But honestly, bitch running a homeless shelter all by herself, not getting enough sleep, but still wanting to put other people first. You can see where Peter gets his charitable attitude, his willingness to help others, and the quote of and the, where he le- and where of course he learned that quote from Aunt May where she was like, if you help one person, you help everyone, and he wasn't wrong because that kind of help spreads. That kindness can spread. Aunt May was just fucking awesome in this game. I mean, she's awesome pretty much every story, but in this one, I feel like this is actually her best her best appearance. And I hated that basically Peter's own mentor killed her. So fuck you, Otto. But then again, we're supposed to say fuck you, Otto. So he did his job in the narrative. Anyway, I mean, this game you got Yuri. Yeah, Yuri was great in this game too. Black Cat. I liked her in this game too. Silver Sable. No, I'm sorry, I don't like her in this game. But we'll get to her in the we'll get to her later because I have quite a bit to say about that bitch. But but everyone else I have no issues with. I actually don't have a complaint with any of the characters except maybe Shocker, who was so irrelevant to me that I actually forgot he was even in this game. You have one battle with him or whatever, and then that's it. And then I think he gets off in Spider-Man 2, which I literally forgot because I think it was like mentioned, like it was done off screen. Like they mentioned it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot he existed. Oops. But but everyone else, all the other villains and characters, heroes, supporting characters, I liked everyone else. It's just Sable and Shocker I just either don't like or don't give a shit about. Anyway, oh hey Beast Monster. It's like Peter can't be with any other woman other than MJ for once. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I forgot to read the comment about that. I did feel the relationship between MJ and Peter felt too same old, and rather redundant. It's like Peter can't be with any other woman other than MJ for once. Yeah, they could have had him with somebody else in this game, like maybe Gwen Stacy, but because in some versions he's with Gwen, in some versions of Spider-Man he's with Gwen Stacy instead. But I mean, honestly, yeah, they could have made the relationship a bit different, but I didn't mind it. But anyway, fun fact, Aunt May originally wasn't meant to have a big role in this game and was only going to have a small cameo appearance, but then they changed that, and I'm glad they did. It was only when Dan Slott was collaborating with Insomniac with the story this that he demanded that Aunt May play a big role in the story, and I'm glad he did that, which is saying a lot considering that Dan Slott is one of the more infamous Spider-Man writers out there. So he did something good, okay. Especially with what he did with Silk in the comics. Oof. I haven't read the comics. I don't really read Spider-Man comics or superhero comics in general. I've only ever read a few. I've only ever read like a few of them, but yeah, like honestly, but yeah, anime was just great in this game. Almost all the characters were great actually. Almost all of them, from the minor characters to the major characters, except Shocker and Sable. But we'll get to them later. Anyway, oh yeah, and Kingpin was great in this game too. He made for a really good first boss fight. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if you call it a boss fight, but it was a he was a good introduction to the game. Maybe it's just me, but I felt like the Sinister team up was a bit tacked on. It just felt too coincidental and wasn't really thought about until it just happened in the game. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Like it did feel a bit rushed. Like they could have built a bit into that. Like I mean, with Mr. Lee and Otto, that made sense. But when they started, the others like they kind of just showed up and then just joined, almost out of nowhere. I don't want to say completely out of nowhere, but it's like there wasn't enough of a build up to that. I feel like they could have like fleshed that out a bit more. But I don't. But of course, this is just a minor complaint. Like it doesn't hurt the story, but yeah. Like unlike in say the series, the old TV series, the Spectacular Spider-Man, where the Sinister Six was actually built up more. Like there was actually more development of that group. Here, it's just it just happens a bit too quickly. So I do see Maple's point there. Was the new Just Dance good or not? I mean, I don't know. I haven't played it yet. I haven't actually touched Just Dance since Just Dance 2022. I have not. I've only played a bit of 2023 and 2024, and I recently got 2025 within the last few days. I just haven't played it yet. I got the limited edition version, which has the Ariana Grande song pack or whatever. So I'll be playing that soon. Not streaming it, but because I'm not streaming anything past Just Dance 2022. Sorry, I just don't care about the new games. I mean, I'll play them and keep them for collection purposes, but I won't ever stream them, if that makes sense. But anyway, I especially love the mental relationship between Peter and Otto. They were able to flesh out the relationship even better than it was in the Spider-Man 2 movie. I agree. Because in the Spider-Man 2 movie, it wasn't fleshed out too much, which makes sense because it was a movie, but yeah, it was nice to see that actually develop more here. So yeah, the mentor relationship between Peter and mentor student relationship between Peter and Otto was actually handled pretty well in this game. So when Peter and Otto had that big fight at the end, it hits really hard, especially when Otto literally not only betrayed Peter and caused so much destruction, but he literally was the reason that Peter's Aunt May died. So yeah, that hit hard. And what also hit hard was that you can kind of understand why Otto did what he did. I mean, you don't have to sympathize with him, but you can understand why he did what he did because he was his body was deteriorating, like like his motor functions, and he didn't want to be stuck in a body that wouldn't be able to move. So that's why he was so attached to those damn arms, those damn robotic arms, but they were taken away from him in the end, and now he's just gonna wither away to nothing. Yeah, Peter really looked up to Otto. He really did. And Otto really saw potential in Peter. Insomniac is really good at taking ideas from other Spider-Man mediums and finding a way to make them work in their games. I agree with that. They actually have been reusing quite a number of good ideas in Spider-Man and reworking them and making them work even better here, or at least as well. So Insomniac's been pretty good about these plot lines. I'm not gonna lie, the storylines in all these games, in all three games, actually make me inspired to write my own superhero story, which I've actually been doing over the last few months, not gonna lie. But though it's mainly been planning and like trying to create a universe and shit like that. Not like an MCU, like not like the MCU, I mean. No, not that big. Just it's just gonna be it's confined to only one city, but yeah, like I actually was inspired by these games for my own story. And not just these games, but the movies I've been watching, like, fuck it, why don't I just write a superhero story of my own? Who wants to play Recoded? Well, I can't because I don't have a DS. I mean, well, I have a DS, I just can't like stream from it, if that makes sense, or record it. Not without using an emulator. But anyway. I wrote my own Spider-Man stories this year. Oh, okay, work, Maple. You're inspired too. Okay, work. I also fucking hate what Norman Osborn did to him. Same, same. Yeah, Otto really, really hates Norman, and who could blame him? Because like it's kind of Norman's fault that Otto snapped, kind of. So yeah, like fuck you, Norman. And Norman is just as annoying. Well, maybe not as annoying in the second game, but oh my god, I just at one point I actually wanted to punch Norman Osborn in the face in the second game. I wanted to punch him in the face. I wanted to punch him. Yeah, it said Unlimited was I actually like Just Dance Unlimited, but unfortunately, I guess nothing lasts forever with Ubisoft. That's the thing, they don't know how to keep things running. But anyway, Martin Lee also hated him as well. Yeah, hence why Otto and Martin Lee were so quick to team up with each other because they both hated Norman Osborn. But yeah, I mean, and we could keep going with the story. There are plenty of other things I haven't talked about, like Miles and his father and his mother. I mean, I did mention them, but I didn't go into detail. Like there are just so many good things in this story, but I don't want to make this too long, so we should just move on to the next point. But yeah, basically great story all around. I have very few complaints about it. Um, anything else? So story, music, gameplay, graphics. I mean, the game's gorgeous. One of the best looking Spider-Man games I've ever seen. Like I remember being blown away by the graphics. when I first played the game. I was like, okay, okay, Insomniac, what? It just looks so good. Like from start to finish, the game looks absolutely good. During the cutscenes, during the gameplay, like quick time events, everything. Like the cinematography, the graphics, everything. Just it's just so good. I love it. The game just looks absolutely gorgeous. And Manhattan looks just so good in that game. Absolutely fantastic. Exactly. Exactly, Maple. It's never looked so beautiful. Oh, before I forget, I mentioned earlier that I was inspired to write a superhero story. It wasn't just these games that inspired me. And as I said, it was also the movies and also the TV shows as well. That was actually part of the reason I watched the Spectacular Spider-Man. Not just because I wanted to check it out for myself, but also because I wanted to get some ideas for my story. Because again, I took inspiration for Spider-Man, so I'm like, maybe there's some ideas in here I can use, and I did get a few ideas from it. So thank you, the Spectacular Spider-Man. Now, if only you hadn't been replaced by the Ultimate Spider-Man, which I watched 2 episodes of recently, and I was like, y'all don't know how to tell a joke. You're like Sonic Prime. Not as bad as Sonic Prime, but not much better. It's like it's trying to be Family Guy, but without any of the actual good humor. I don't know because it's so many cutaways and they all suck. Just gags, cutaways, all that shit. I'm like, y'all don't know how to write a joke, do you? Y'all don't. The Spectacular Spider-Man didn't have as much humor in it, and it managed to be funnier. So, oops. But I'm sorry to digress. Anyway, oh yeah, the voice acting definitely great. Like awesome voice acting from Yuri Lowenthal, who plays Spider-Man, who played the Spider-Man character, and like everyone, Miles Morales, MJ, Yuri. I loved everyone's voices. Aunt May, like Martin Lee, Otto Octavius. I can't name a bad. I can't really name a bad performance here. Yuri Lowenthal is probably the definite Spider-Man voice at this point, right? Whenever I think of Spider-Man, I think of his voice. I mean, Tobey Maguire is a close second for me personally, but Yuri Lowenthal is just. I'm sorry, I just love his Spider-Man voice. It's just so good. It's so good. It's so good. Just so good. I absolutely love it. And I love Miles Morales' voice too. Some people complain about it. I'm like, I think it works for that character because Miles is a different character. Some people forget that Miles is not meant to be a second Peter. He's meant to be his own character. He just hasn't had his moment to shine, and I don't count his second game. Sorry, it doesn't count. Just Miles is meant to be a separate character. Let's all stop making expecting him to be exactly like Peter because he's not. But anyway, oh, thank you, Daryl Player. Yeah, exactly. Like great voice acting all around. Um, this game is just so good. I kind of want to play it again. I'd rather. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Spider-Man 2 is great, but I just missed the first game. I want to go back and play it. And I should play the remastered version because I have not actually played it. I've had it for a while. I just haven't played it. So yeah, I will be playing it soon. It's just so. I just don't like what they did with Peter's face. But other than that, like I should go and try the remastered version for the PS5. Bring up, yeah. I was thinking about the DLC just now. Actually, the DLC was great. A perfect way to expand on the story. Like we actually got a good conclusion with Silver Sable, who was handled pretty badly beforehand, and we got some moments with Yuri, who ends up being the Wraith, as you guys saw in the second game, and Black Cat was a cool character to be with in the first episode of DLC. So yeah, the DLC was just really great. I actually liked it. I'm honestly used to Peter's new voice now, to be honest. That's fair. What's my favorite Kingdom Hearts game? I guess Kingdom Hearts 2. I really like that one. Like it really revamped the gameplay. Like it's just a really, really great game. But anyway, though the story is a little worse than Kingdom Hearts 1, but that's beside the point. Um, did we already do a rant stream on the Kingdom Hearts games before? I don't even remember. If not, we should do one. I feel like we have, but I don't remember. No, I don't think we have. And I still need to play Dream Drop Distance. But anyway, yeah, great DLC for Marvel Spider-Man. I actually enjoyed the DLC episodes. I was like, okay, this is money well spent. But yeah. Well, you meant new face. Okay, I was about to say because I was like, wait, he still has the same voice. But anyway, whoever casted Erica Lindbeck as Black Cat deserves a raise. I agree. Because she was a pretty good voice actress for the character. Anyway, uh, are there anything? Are there any other things I can talk about? Because I think I've covered just about everything. I don't know. I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't know. I think I've covered everything. Like it's just a solid game all around. I would say 9.5 out of 10. Not 10 out of 10. Though I can understand that rating. I would just give it a 9.5 out of 10. Yeah, I'm already talking about the rating because like the game is just that good. Not gonna lie, I sit for Black Cat quite hard in this game. She's just so thick. Maple, I see you. You be having a crush on Black Cat, which is fine. I mean, I don't care if you do. Although the Hammerhead DLC kind of felt like it should have been part of the main game of Spider-Man 2. Yeah, I feel like to me that was actually okay. I'm not gonna lie, that one was my least favorite out of all the DLC. Not because it was necessarily the worst, just because I that just wasn't my favorite one. I actually liked the Silver Sable one the most, believe it or not. But but the Hammerhead thing with Yuri, that was actually my least favorite, believe it or not. So um, but that's just me. It's like I mean Yuri turned into the Wraith, but like I don't know. I just wasn't feeling that one. But that again, that's just me. I still enjoyed it for what it was worth. It was just my least favorite out of all the three. I know you're probably surprised. I'm like, yeah, it was my least favorite. I'm not gonna lie, it was my least favorite. You think that the third one would be my least favorite because it had Silver Sable, but I think Silver Sable's actually handled well in the DLC, just not in the main game. But anyway, what about the negatives? Okay, I have a lot to say about Silver Sable, but let's not get to her just yet. Let's talk about Shocker, who was so irrelevant. And this is a very, very tiny complaint because, again, it barely affects the game. Like, honestly, he should straight up have not been in the game. Which is like he was in the game, but you fight him once and then he just fucks off for the rest of the game compared to everybody else who you see more than once. So and then again like he gets only a passing mention in Spider-Man 2. So it's like that's just that's just like a negative for me where like they could have used this character more. But it's like, oh, but Cheeman, they already had the Sinister Six. Because I made the Sinister Seven, change things up a bit, but whatever. Anyway, that's just again, this is just a personal thing. I know some people are not going to care either way, but I just wanted to see him used a bit more because I literally forgot he existed. And let's see. Yeah, so the biggest problem people have with this game, I think it's probably the only complaint they have. It's just well, one of the biggest anyway. Just the MJ and Miles stealth sections. People just didn't like those. Um, I'm just gonna say Miles only because I didn't mind MJ's. I actually didn't mind MJ's stealth sections, as I said earlier. It's really just Miles' stealth sections that were boring. MJ's I thought were fine. It's just Miles's I'm just not a fan of. 'Cause, I mean, he can hack things, but it's like, okay, whatever. I don't care. But I don't know. I just, I just wasn't a fan of those. I wasn't against the stealth sections in general. I just didn't like Miles's. But MJ's I thought were actually fun. They have grown on me over time. I do appreciate how it does slow the pace of the game down, allow for more world building of the game, and as well, it gives them MJ and Miles more spotlight as well. That's why I actually don't mind these sections in and of themselves. I just felt like Miles's could have been done a bit better, but MJ's were fine. I thought they were solid. Like, it's okay. It's okay to have these sections. But again, I know, not everyone's gonna be up for that. Some people just want nonstop action in their games, whatever. But I don't think that this makes these stealth sections necessarily bad. Though they could have been better. Um, I don't think they're necessarily bad. They just could have been better, especially Miles's. But well, MJ's I thought were fine, but Miles's are just no. Sorry. And I guess that leads me to the last point. Silver Sable. Silver Sable was done dirty in this game. It's just like Shocker, but even worse. And what I mean by that is that she doesn't do anything. Throughout most of the game, she does nothing important. All she does is show up, kick Spider-Man around for some, and she shouldn't be able to, but we'll get to that in a bit. She just shows up, kicks Spider-Man around, fucks off, while her men are going around terrorizing the city. Well, terrorizing, I just mean picking on people and just being authoritarian and shit. And she somehow doesn't know about any of this, and like she doesn't do anything important throughout most of the game, except for when she helps Spider-Man. She helps take Spider. She helps a few other people take Spider-Man to feast so he could be treated for his injuries after his last brutal fight with Octavius. And like, I'm sorry, but she just doesn't do anything important, which is sad because it was cool seeing her. I don't hate her character. I just don't hate. I just hate the way she was handling this game. And for one stupid reason, I don't know why Insomniac did this. And I feel like the Marvels had a similar issue with the main character, Captain Marvel, as well as the other two Marvels, where the hero struggles against this one person who literally has nothing but normal weaponry for no reason. Like, I don't quite understand how Silver Sable is a. I know people have complained about this, and rightfully so. I think it's an issue with modern writing where the hero struggles against someone who's either lower than them in power or is just completely normal, but skilled, but normal. And I'm just like, Spider-Man should not be struggling this much against Silver Sable. I mean, he's always had problems with Silver Sable. Don't get me wrong, but at least in earlier versions of Silver Sable, she had like armor and weapons and shit to help her out. Here, she just has is two pistols. That's it. Two pistols. No armor, no extra weaponry, just two pistols, and somehow she can keep up with Spider-Man and knock him on his ass all over the place. Yeah, no, sorry, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I'm fine with him losing to Silver Sable, just not badly. I don't like when heroes lose badly. I'm fine with them losing, just not badly. And in the DLC, you fight her, yeah, but you barely like barely you just smack her around a bit and she does the same to you and then she throw and then like when you do a good amount of damage on her she throws you over her shoulder and then pulls out her pistols but then the fight gets interrupted so you fight her but barely. I don't know, like yeah, I mean again I'm fine with Silver Sable like having an advantage over Spider-Man. It's fine for normal people like Silver Sable or Black Widow or the Punisher to have advantages over superheroes because they got their martial arts and weaponry. That's fine, but this is not how you do it. Silver Sable should not be doing this well against Spider-Man, especially when he has a spider sense and shit. But again, inconsistency. This happens in a lot of superhero stories where characters like Spider-Man, like they struggle against normal people for no reason other than because the plot demands it. And again, with Captain Marvel in the movie The Marvels, She fell against the enemy who literally just had a big gravity hammer. That's basically what she had, a big ass gravity hammer, like the ones from Halo. That's all she had. But she and her two allies, the other Marvels, had problems against her. Like, y'all should not be struggling this much against her. She just has a fucking hammer. And I'm tired of seeing that shit in superhero stories. If you're gonna have the hero lose, do it in a way that makes sense. Or if you're gonna have the hero struggle, do it in a way that makes sense. I'm getting heated. Like, I'm literally getting heated. I need to put on the fucking fan. Hang on. I'm getting heated. Hold on. But yeah, like, I just need to point that out. I just need to point that out because, like again, like if you're gonna have Spider-Man be smacked around by somebody, at least have it for a good reason. I mean, when Otto Octavius just beat Spider-Man to a pulp towards the end of the game, that made sense. I didn't get mad at that. But Silver Sable being able to knock Spider-Man out on her ass when all she just has are her martial arts and pistols makes no sense. Again, in other versions of her, like in the games or comics or whatever, she has armor and weapons to help her out. So it's more believable when Spider-Man actually struggles against her. But here, it makes no sense. It just doesn't. It's like Insomniac just wanted to build her up to be this badass who could actually take on a superhero. She can't. The narrative just made it look that way. She actually can't. She just can't. I'm sorry, she can't. But whatever. I just the its inconsistency at its finest, which has always been the case with most superhero stories. That was something even Stanley admitted. See, even Stan Lee was aware of it. It says a lot because I'm sure because Stanley is like one of the greatest comic book writers of all time of superhero stories. So I'm sure. So he knows his shit, and he even called this shit out once. So it's like y'all gotta stop doing that. Find a way to make the hero lose that in a way that's believable. Come the fuck on. And as Maple pointed out, another good point. It's also funny how Silver Sable gets mad at Spider-Man for Hammerhead taking her weapons when she was the one that left Alba in New York and didn't take it with her when she left. Exactly. And even fucking J. Jonah Jameson, that the guy who literally rips on Spider-Man all the time, even he called her out on that bullshit. He was like, Silver Sable literally left all of her weapons here for Hammerhead to take. And I was like, okay, wow, Jameson's actually making a good point for once. I mean, he occasionally does make good points, so it's not too surprising. But yeah, like even Jameson called her out on it. I was like, yes, exactly. Like you're gonna get mad at Spider-Man for allowing him or her to take all the weapons. No, bitch, that was your doing. Spider-Man was actually trying to stop shit from happening. You just sat on your ass and did nothing throughout most of the game, and you have the nerve to get mad at him? Really, bitch? Like, yeah, you can. I just didn't like Silver Sable in this game. I'm sorry, she's just a bitch. She's a cunt. I want to say she's a cunt too. I do not like her in this game. Like, I had no problems with the character before. In this game, this is like the worst version of her ever. That's not how you write her. That is not how you write her. Because like, she's actually good in other versions of Spider-Man, but here, no. She's just awful. But thankfully, the DLC actually cleaned up her character a bit. She's actually doing something important and not just being a bitch or smacking the hero around or whining about stuff that she could have prevented. But yeah, anyway. Oh, does Stanley get a tribute in this game? Does he? I don't even remember. But yeah, I got heated. I warned you guys I was gonna get heated. Like this character just sucks in this game. Oh, thank God she's in Spider-Man 2. I just did not want to see her again. Yeah, I do love that one moment where she gives Spider-Man a painful high five. That was actually funny. That was actually funny. Like she was actually starting to warm up to him. Because I know they've always butted heads, like always. But you know they do actually sometimes work together and find common ground. And this was just one of those moments. I actually did like that. She was just like, eh. That's like it was funny. But okay, I think I'm done. I'm sorry, I got so heated. She she was literally my biggest complaint in the game because I actually kind of like her character. It was just done dirty. Like she could have been handled so much better in this game. She could have been handled so much better. But yeah, but again, this I feel like that last one is actually kind of a major complaint. But the other two complaints are very minor that I have right here. So like, yeah, but again, just overall great game. It just had these things that bothered me, especially the last one. But yeah, let's see. I did have one other complaint about the side missions being too repetitive. If you want to check that out. Oh, to be honest, I played some of them, but I don't remember most of them. So I honestly don't even know. I honestly don't even know if they were repetitive because I have not because I don't remember. It's been a while since I last played the game, and I do not remember many of the side missions. Some of them I remember, like the one where you have to go around and hunt pigeons. Well, not hunt, but you get what I mean, like to track down the pigeons and shit. But anyway, but yeah, Maple feels that the side missions were too repetitive. He could be right. I just don't. I literally just don't remember the fucking side missions. But overall, yeah, I don't really have very many complaints on this game. Of this game, really, this game is just solid overall. Just a few tiny things that bothered me, and I guess we could include that. I guess we can. Maple brought up earlier, the Sinister Six needed a bit more time to be fleshed out. Just they just need a tiny bit more time. But this is a minor complaint from me. And to be fair, I mean, it's a video game, so there's only so much you can do in a story. But then again, that's why you have to be careful with the pacing. But honestly, I thought the pacing was fine for the most part. It's just that one part there that should have been tweaked a bit better. But yeah, this game is just damn near perfect. That's Maple said in the chat. It's just kiss. I love it. It's just great. Mwah! Like I just love it. Just like it's probably my most. It's tied with Spider-Man 2 for being the original Spider-Man 2 for being my favorite Spider-Man game. This and Spider-Man 2. They to me they tie. To me they tie. Like this one is better. I would say this one has better gameplay, but the original Spider-Man 2 just has some charm for me. Like I just love both of them. This has charm too, but Spider-Man 2 to me, like it had I think it's great in its own way too. Like I just love both games. So anyway. Oh, it's so you tied this with Marvel Spider-Man 2 Maple? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Marvel Spider-Man 2 to me is close, but just not as good as uh this Spider-Man or the original Spider-Man 2. But that's just me. But yeah, okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to Miles Morales. I'm sorry, I'm not I'm gonna have positive things to say, but I'm gonna have negative things to say as well. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. I'm gonna get some more soda. And probably tied for second, being my favorite superhero game of all time, with Batman Arkham City being my number one. Because Arkham City is fucking fantastic. So I agree with you. But anyway, I'll be right back. Another thing, oops, my bad. So, another thing I forgot to mention, which kind of proves my point about the whole Silver Sable thing being really stupid, how she's able to go toe to toe with Spider-Man. I forgot to mention this. I just thought about it. Okay, so Spider-Man can handle the Punisher, who's on par with Silver Sable in terms of martial arts and weapon expertise. He can handle Taskmaster, who also knows martial arts and has weapons and gear of his own, but he can't handle Silver Sable. You see how that doesn't make any sense? Like he can handle the Punisher, he can handle Taskmaster, but he can't handle Silver Sable because like he fights Taskmaster in this game too, who fucking has armor and weapons, and Spider-Man has no problems beating him. But Silver Sable, it's like, oh, she's too strong for me. Doesn't make sense. Like that, you really see how that doesn't make any fucking sense. But, uh, but again, sorry, I just need to point that one thing out. But we can move on to Miles Morales now because Maple and I have a lot to say about that, especially Maple. But let me just drink this for a while before we get. We can take a small break and talk about other shit. We don't have to jump right into the next one right away. Mhm. So, Miles Morales. Should I start with the positives or the negatives? It's hard to say because I feel like I can do either first. Because part of me wants to like, should we talk about the negatives and get them out of the way first, or should we just talk about the positives first? I know you guys probably gonna say I can do either, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know. Let me check something really fast. Oh shit, my cousin sent me a text. Let me respond to it really fast. Oh my god, fuck this phone. Anyway, okay. Okay. Sorry, I just need to. I was gonna take a bit of a break anyway, but you'll be right back. Okay. Oh, we're just waiting for Maple to come back. Just waiting, 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 waiting. Okay, you're back. Okay, okay. Let's continue. Okay, Miles Morales. Positives. I would say the story, but that would be a lie. So we're just gonna go with the music. I'm sorry, I'm so petty. Well, I'm not wrong. Anyway, the music, really good, really good. I thought the music was good. Like, although to be honest, I feel like I'm partial to the game's first game soundtrack, but the soundtrack in this one is good too. So, so yeah, I thought this one was really good too. Except for that one mission where Miles, like, when Miles is like, uh, it's that one mission about his uncle, the Prowler, where he goes around listens to his father's sorry, not his father, his uncle's audio tapes that detail his history or shit like that, and he while he's collecting sounds for a new song. The song that he came up with at the end was absolute ass. It sucked. I'm sorry, Miles, but it sucked. It sucked. So, but other than that, the music in the in the music in the game isn't it's good. I would say it's good. I especially love that song that plays at the very end of the game. Same. But that one song Miles made where he combined a bunch of random sounds. Sorry, just didn't like it. Well, it sucked. And it's like I'm like, don't put this on your fucking college application, fam. I think you're gonna get rejected. But anyway, hey, the story isn't that bad. Come on. You're right. It's the worst. No, I'm kidding. It's the worst out of the three main game. These three games, I mean, but no, it's not terrible. But to say it's good, I don't think it's good. I just generally do not think it's good. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's good either. Um, like, oh, some parts of it are good. I will say that some parts are good, but some parts are not. And we'll get to those later. But anyway, yeah, that one not so much, right? Don't even get me started on this suit in the second game. I'm surprised I didn't actually comment on it. Like when I was playing Spider-Man 2 for the first time, and we got to that point where Miles made his own suit, I was like, internally, I didn't say anything. I'm surprised I didn't say anything, but internally, I was like, ew. Like literally, that suit was so fucking ugly, just absolutely awful. We'll get to it more to it. Like we'll come to it again, but like I just want to say right now, I thought that suit was absolutely fucking ugly. And I've been poking around Reddit. Almost everyone agrees it's ugly. It's just so bad. I'm sorry. I was like, Miles, you have poor taste in suits. Sorry, not sorry. But anyway, it's mostly the Tinker I have an issue with. Exactly. She is literally the reason why I say the story's not good in this game. It's obviously not terrible, but she's holding it back. She is holding it back because she could have been a good anti-hero character, but she wasn't. But we'll get to her in a bit. Yeah, the Christmas vibe in this game was pretty cool. So, I mean, the game had a great introduction. Don't get me wrong, an absolutely awesome introduction with Rhino and shit. So, and with both Spider-Man working together, like, I thought like the introduction was just a great, and the final boss battle was great too. Like, it had a great start, a great end, but the middle was good in some parts, but bad in others. So yeah. But anyway, the gameplay was great. I didn't. I personally preferred the first game's gameplay because I mean, to be fair, like Miles is just starting out, so he's not going to have as much gear and shit as Peter. But at least he has his electric powers to compensate. But honestly, I didn't care very much for the electric powers. I mean, they were fun to use, but I just preferred Peter's combat in the first game. I'm not gonna lie. And Peter got an even greater upgrade in like the second game where he got the Venom suit and then later the anti Venom suit. And I was like, oh, this suit is so fucking great to play in. But we'll get to that later. But yeah, I mean, still the gameplay was pretty great in this game. Miles made good use of his electric powers, so yeah. Which Rantstream am I going to do next? Good question. I'm probably going to do the Wild Robot and Venom the Last Dance together. I'm probably going to do it like maybe, oh, either, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe Saturday? I don't know. We'll see. But anyway. Oh no. No, actually, no. I'm probably not going to be able to do it this week, but that's okay. Well, I'll let you guys know later, but I do plan to do more rant streams. Anyway, but yeah, the gameplay was fun. And what I just didn't like was the whole double finisher skill like that. Unfortunately, like you can't, unlike in the first game where you can unlock it pretty early on. In Miles Morales, you can't unlock it until you beat the game, which sucked. I was like, seriously, I can't do double finishers until I beat the game first. What? I mean, I know it's a short game, but like, I still thought that was pretty lame. Because I love the double finisher skill in the first game, and used the hell out of it because it was really great for keeping your combos going. Because you guys saw that video I uploaded where I did that one mission where I got a fucking 200 plus combo, and a lot of it involved double finishers. So having the double finishers like not be available soon enough in Miles Morales just pissed me off. But at least they kept other things like the that one skill where you dodge and then shoot a web at the enemy and then press triangle to instantly close and then knock them the fuck out. They kept that, which I'm thankful for. But yeah, the gameplay is basically the same one from the first game without the MJ stealth sections and a few improvements to it. Yeah, you still have the swinging, the point launching, um, all that stuff. The air tricks you can do. I forgot about the air trick system. I don't care much for it, but it's a nice thing to have, though. I just don't care for it. Hey, hey, Coyote Nine. Nice to see you. You too, kind gamer Patrick. I still do wonder how Miles is able to absorb that much electricity without harming himself. I feel like he has a limit, but he just hasn't reached it yet. And thankfully, I don't want him. I really don't want him to explode from having too much having too much energy in him. Because apparently that can happen to electric Pokemon and Pokemon, and I'm like, whoa, Nintendo, what the fuck? Because it almost happened to Pikachu at one point. Like Pikachu almost fucking exploded from having too much electrical energy in himself. It was like what the first episode or so, the first two episodes of the Advanced Generation series. So I was like, that's really dark. So I just hope Miles doesn't have a similar issue at one point. But anyway, but yeah, the gameplay. I mean, it's much of the same as the first game, so of course it's gonna be good. Great, even. So music and gameplay. Anything else? Let me look here, because I graphics. I mean, the graphics are what pretty much the same as the first game, and of course you can upgrade to the PS5 for this game. Though I think you have to pay. Or can you do it for free? I don't remember if I had to pay or do it for free. But the first one, I mean, you could play the first. You could like for the first one, you can't upgrade directly. You just have to buy the. I think you have to buy the game separately. I don't even remember how it worked. It was just it was a bit of a mess, but this one you can directly upgrade. That much I know. So the graphics look great, like in the first game, and they look even better on the PS5. But but yeah, like the electricity power-ups are basically just like the shock gloves in Batman Arkham Origins. Yeah. This game was a launch title for the PS5, but also came out on the PS4 as well. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because the original game wasn't a launch title for the PS5. For the PS4, I think it was, but for the PS5, no. I don't even remember. I remember this. Pikachu had so much electricity built up that it was constantly sick. It took Team Rocket building something to absorb this electricity to make him healthy again. Yeah, Team Rocket was the reason Pikachu even had that issue, that illness in the first place, because uh, s- Pikachu was stuck to an electromagnet, which somehow messed up his electricity system, and then he couldn't like release that electricity that was constantly building up in him. But Team Rocket made another machine that actually sucked electricity out of Pikachu and helped it, be healthy again. So yay. Um, but yeah, apparently if you're electric and steel, like the magnet Pokemon, I forgot what they were called, Magnetite or whatever, I don't think they suffer from it. It's really just pure electric Pokemon that do, which I find interesting, but I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, I'm doing good. Just testing the PS4 controller that I bought yesterday, and it's really good. Don't be needing to use third-party controllers to play Steam games and using to play PS2 on an emulator. Yeah, that's what. Well, yeah, like exactly. Like if you have a PS4 controller, you don't need those third-party controllers. Because I used to use those, but then once I got a PS4 controller and an Xbox One controller, I was like, fuck those. I can just use these. But I stopped using the PS4 controller because it just kept giving me problems. Maybe I just had a bad USB wire or something, but I was like, I just started using an Xbox One controller and I've had no problems ever since. So no third party controllers for me. But anyway, but yeah, the graphics are great. Anything else I can say? Voice acting was great too. I mean, it's gonna be much of the same thing as the first game because it's really building on what the first game had. So the voice acting was great too. I can't think of a bad performance from any of the characters, and I like how going into the story a bit. I mean, I like how it gave more supporting some of the supporting characters more time to shine. I mean, it gave Haley more time, Genki more time, Gloria, that homeless woman from the first game who ended up running who got a job and was so inspired by Aunt May that she decided to run a homeless shelter of her own. And there's actually a mission that you help her out with that. And that's the one mission in the game that actually makes a reference to Fisk, but though not they don't his name isn't said out loud, but yeah. Fisk was the reason why Gloria's homeless shelter was having problems. But yeah, like I do like how the story I can say the story is kind of good. Again, like the supporting characters have like the ones that are like the ones um that have some sort of connection with Miles. They all got some decent storytelling, good storytelling actually. And what I really like was like towards the end where they were all there after Miles unfortunately had to release all that energy, which ended up killing Finn. The energy from the new form reactor that was gonna blow up. um they all saw who Miles was, and they all of course weren't going to tell anyone who he was. They all wanted to protect him, so like they gave him the mask. He swung away, and then some reporters came by and asked who that was, and they were like, oh, that's just Spider-Man. So they protected him, which I appreciate. It was just a wholesome moment. It was nice so that enough care went to the PS4 version, not just the PS5 version. Yeah, the PS4 version is almost on par with the PS5 version. Like they're both great. So yeah. But if we're going into the story, this game doesn't have any DLC, not that it needed it, but um yeah, this was basically a story about Miles having to prove his worth as his own Spider-Man without Peter's presence. Yeah, because Pierre had been training Miles, and then at one point he needed to go to Simcaria for a photography job or whatever. I think he was going with MJ. I don't remember, but um, he decided to leave Miles alone. He thought Miles was ready. Miles was like, I'm not sure, but okay. and and like because Peter really did have confidence in Miles, even though Miles was like, but Miles like Miles is like, oh, but I screwed up with Rhino today. But Peter's like, yeah, I've screwed up lots of times. It's okay, it happens. And besides, you're still growing. Like it was just nice seeing a mentor student relationship with Miles and Peter, just as Peter had something like that with Otto. So yeah, I did like that. And so Miles, now he's doing his own thing in the city, having to protect it while Peter's gone. But of course, new villains show up. I mean, Rhino shows up quite a bit throughout the game. Uh, so this company called Roxxon, I forgot what they do. There's some sort of energy distribution company. I don't even remember. Uh, but yeah, I think they are because they make reactors. But um, they become a villain as well as Finn herself, Mouse's old friend. Um, she has beef with Roxxon. I'm not even gonna get into it because it's complicated, but especially this with the CEO of Roxxon. What was his name? Simon Krieger. I think that's his name. I think that was his name. But anyway, Mouse has to deal with those two people because Finn eventually becomes a tinkerer to take down Roxxon. And I mean, not a bad concept because Tinker was a villain. I mean, Tinker's always existed as a villain in the Spider-Man series, but I liked I thought the way the Tinker I thought this version of the Tinker was interesting on paper. Like, okay, let's make the Tinker was the Tinker always male? I don't even remember. I could look it up. Hang on. I think because I in the Spectacular Spider-Man the Tinker was male, but I don't know if the Tinker has always been male up until this point. I think that's I don't even know, but but um but in this game the Tinker is a girl. So and which I thought was pretty cool. And um and she of course is a tinkerer, so she's going to be good with technology. And I liked her technology. It was really what was it, biotech? It was really interesting stuff, really cool. Like so, her character concept was actually pretty interesting, but the execution was just shit. And hang on, I think this thing is not updating again. Sorry. Oh no, it has been updating. Okay, just making sure. So so yeah, that's basically the Tinker. So and Mile Tinker having being actually like an old friend of Miles, an old friend of Miles is like that. I actually thought that was pretty cool. So the concept, the setup, all of it's there, all of it's great. The Tinker has a valid motive to go, to for a good reason for going against Roxxon. So again, the setup's good, but the execution is terrible, and we'll get to that in a moment. So we'll get to that right now because I'm pretty much done with all the positives. Like I'm pretty sure we're done with all the positives. So let's go on. Let me check. Yeah, let's go on to the negatives. Oops, the negatives. Okay, so Finn. All right, Finn, aka the Tinkerer, Finn Mason. So she's just not. So where do I start? She's just not. How do I explain this? She's see. My problem with her is just it's it's like Silver Sable, but worse in terms of her actually being able to go toe and to be able to go toe to toe with the hero. But that's not even her biggest issue. It's a big issue, but not even her biggest issue. Her biggest issue is that she doesn't do a very good job of listening to Miles throughout the entire game. Miles constantly warning her, trying to talk her out of all this crap, this revenge stuff, understandable stuff, but she doesn't do a very good job of listening to him throughout the entire game. But I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, Miles, if he wasn't like completely honest with her and shit." Yeah, well, she wasn't completely honest with him either. So what's your point? What's your fucking point? Like, no joke. Even Miles says this during their last battle. During this last battle with the Tinker, he said, Finn says, "I'm done listening to you." And Miles says, "You never did," because she did a bad job listening to him with the whole reactor thing being dangerous. Like she was gonna blow it up. I'm like, no, fam, they changed the thing. You gotta listen to me. Like it's just you just don't do a very good job listening to him. Just being so hell bent on revenge. I mean, makes sense, like, but like to the point where you just don't listen to your friend at all. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And yeah, exactly. Like they both lied to each other, but at least with Miles, you can kind of understand why he did it. Because I mean, he's Spider-Man. He doesn't want to cause any problems with his for his relationship with Finn, so he didn't want to tell her the truth. And and like, and it's not like he was just like he had good intentions, but like, Finn, just not listening to him when she should have, only to realize, oh wait, Miles is right. Oh shit. Oh, what do I do? When the reactor is really about to blow up all of Harlem, or at least a very good portion of it. And yeah, exactly. Maple said exactly what I'm thinking. Like, you got mad at him for keeping secrets. You did that. You did that too. So let's just talk about this. Finn, aka the Tinker, aka the Tinker, doesn't do a very good job of listening to Miles and blames. She also blames him. She also gets mad at him for keeping secrets when she does the same fucking thing. And on top of that, yeah, like that's the thing. It's like like her character, like, see, the things that she starts off as this normal, likable character, and then the Tinker is just the complete fucking opposite of that. It does feel out of left field, doesn't it? It's like you start with a character like this, but she's actually just a fucking she turns into basically, I don't want to say like the female version of the Punisher. She's more like the Wraith, but like, I mean, like, I wouldn't say as bad, but it just I feel like this probably wasn't the best route to take her character, because like the way she starts off at, like how she starts off and how she finishes, it really feels like two different characters. Does that make sense? Like it feels like two different characters. So she's basically Doc Ock in the first game, except not nearly as good. There you go. There you go. It's like I guess Insomniac was like, okay, let's give Miles his own Doc Ock. The best idea. No, I'm kidding. You can do that. You just didn't do it. You just didn't do that very well. Being the Tinker probably isn't the best. Probably isn't the best way to handle Finn's character. It's two different characters. I'm sorry, it feels like two different characters. And she, not to mention that she's constantly mean throughout to Miles throughout the whole thing, constantly hitting him and hurting him and shit like that. This wasn't a fan of that. And at one point, she literally just, and Miles doesn't even like outright try to hurt her, but she just constantly hurts him. And at one point, while he's trying to chase her, she grabs him, flies up, and then literally slams him on a fucking railing. And I'm like, dude, really? Like, like she's just a constant bitch throughout the game. Sorry. I'm just like, see, like 4 bullet points, and they're all about that character. She's literally the only problem I have with this game. She's literally the only problem. It's literally just her. At least for the story, she's literally the only problem. Everyone else I don't care about. I thought Simon Krieger was a good villain. I actually didn't mind him. I thought he was good. Somebody who uh pretends to be who wants to have Harlem's best interest in mind, but he has ulterior motives. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. He's basically like Norman Osborn in a way, and I think that was cool. Like give Miles his own Norman Osborn. So I don't have a problem with him. I have a problem with Finn, the Tinkerer. So yeah, and another thing I mentioned this earlier, but I'll get to it now. She is somehow able to go toe to toe with Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and she shouldn't be able to. I don't care that she has biotech. I mean, at least she has tech, unlike and armor, unlike Silver Sable. So at least it's more believable with her. But like, fam, this is Spider-Man we're talking about. He's not going to struggle against you. Like throughout the game, Miles gets kicked around constantly by her for no reason. In the last battle, Finn's like, she's finding Finn. Finn's like, you can't win. And Miles is like, yes, I can. Like, bitch, you could have won a long time ago. We could have kicked her ass a long time ago. You did not need to struggle that much against her. It goes back to that whole issue with superhero stories where heroes lose or struggle for no reason other than because plot. Because plot. Because honestly, even in the few early parts of the game, Miles actually didn't have problems fighting Finn, especially while chasing her. Like he literally did not have a problem with tackling her whenever he could or chasing her. Like he honestly he did not need to struggle. The game makes it seem like the Finn's just too powerful for him. Like the Tinker is just too powerful. No, no, she's not. No, she's not. She's fucking no, she's not. Like you could have like if you're gonna make the Tinker give Miles problems, do it for a reason. Like come up with something. Come up with something, please. To be fair, Finn was much more aggressive towards Miles, whereas Miles was mostly holding back. That's true. Miles was holding back, kind of like how Peter was against Silver Sable. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but like, still, like, fam. But like the story kind of also wants you to believe that Finn could actually take Miles, and like, no, she can't. Sorry, she just can't. But yeah, this character sucks. She's the only complaint I have for the game. She just sucks. She just sucks. It's literally just her. That's the problem with this game. The problem is just her. I don't have a problem with anyone else or anything else in this game. Other than the fact that the game's just too short. I wanted the game to be longer. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be long, but for a game where that's supposed to be where Miles is trying to be his own person and this is what he gets, it just feels a bit unfair. I'm sorry. Like, I wanted the game to be longer. Like, give Miles more. But then again, with a plot like this, it's not like you could stretch it out for very long anyway. So, I don't know. Yeah, this game felt more like an expansion pack for the first game. And that's the common criticism I hear of this game, which I agree with. But I mean, like, yeah, it feels like an expansion pack of the first game. Maybe if it had been advertised like that, people would have been a bit people would have been a bit nicer towards it. But it's meant to be its own game, so oof. Another thing I forgot to mention, well, I technically did mention this earlier, but I want to go back to the positives for a moment. I actually like how Genki was handling this game. I like how he was handling Spider-Man 2 as well, but in this game, I really liked his relationship with Miles. Like it felt if it really did get fleshed out, especially if you play the side missions and stuff. Like I actually enjoyed Genki in this game. He feels like a really cool character. and not he's not just the generic hero's best friend. He actually feels like a solid character. I actually like him in this game. Um, but anyway, but yeah, fuck this game's villain. Well, anti-hero slash villain. You technically have two villains, but what the fuck ever. Um, Guys, she's an independent woman. That's why she can go toe to toe with Miles, right? It's like I don't. I really do think that sometimes writers are literally just afraid of having their woman lose. I feel like that's what happens sometimes. They're just afraid of having female characters lose because then they'll be accused of sexism or misogyny or any stupid complaints. And it's like, it's okay for women to lose. It's okay. It's okay. The world won't end if they lose. It's okay. It's okay. Plus, it's lame to have people win all the time anyway. Like, because that's part of the that's the thing. Like, conflict involves struggle. And if your heroes just bulldoze through everything, it's not going to be exciting. So, so, so it's just not going to be exciting. Sorry, not sorry. But anyway, Genki is basically what Nick was in the MCU Spidey movies. Although Genki came first. Oh, okay. But okay. Honestly, I didn't even notice that. But anyway, but yeah, my two biggest complaints: one of the villains, and the length of the game. But I mean, I liked how all the other characters were handled. Again, I'd mention Genki, Miles' mom, Haley, uh, that one guy who paints the Spider-Man thing at the beginning of the game, and then paints Miles Morales as the other Spider-Man next to him later. I liked him. I forgot what his name was. Gloria. Literally all the other supporting characters and the Prowler. I actually liked how the Prowler was handled in this game. I thought it was pretty cool. Like, he's not exactly a villain, but he's not a hero. He- Kind of a hero. He's more of an anti-hero, if I'm going to be honest. But I actually like how he was handling this game, and I liked his relationship with Miles, and how Miles was forced to fight him at one point. Because having to fight his own uncle, sorry, his own uncle, and then his best friend, and he really did not want to hurt either of them. He was constantly holding back against them. But but yeah, like, it was sad. But I liked the Prowler. I liked this version of the Prowler. I also liked how he was handling the first Spider-Verse movie. But I like this version of him. I like this version of him too. I like both. This was an interesting take on his character. Yeah, that's how you spell Genki. It's not. It's a different spelling. But anyway, um. So yeah, Miles Morales. I mean, the game is solid. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's just one of the villains and the length of the game kind of dragged the game down. Miles deserved better, in my opinion. I mean, again, this game is good, but Miles needed a stronger start. And he gets done even dirtier in the next game, in my opinion. But we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, overall, still a solid game. But yeah, as Maple said, it is the weakest of the three games. It's the weakest. Miles needed a better start. Because I like Miles as a character. I do. I really do. I really do. I like both Peter and Miles. And no joke, my superhero story, it has technically three heroes overall, but first you start off with one who gets his powers accidentally, and then another who gets his powers accidentally, and those first two, the last one actually has natural powers, but the first two, they get their powers accidentally, not at the same time, but like the second gets his later than the first, but they're both best friends, and I honestly I kind of modeled their relationship after Peter and Miles's relationship because, like, at one point, the first hero in my story, kind of mentors the second hero. They're both best friends in community college, by the way. Um, and and like helping the second hero like adjust to being a hero. Because the first hero's had like months of experience. So and like there's kind of similar to Peter and Miles in personality as well. First one's a lot more confident, makes funny quips and shit. The second one is just a bit more withdrawn and just not as confident, but eventually learns to grow into his own hero. So I that's how much I like Peter and Miles, because like I actually kind of modeled my heroes after them. But anyway, Hmm. Which is why I'm sad that Miles, got kind of a lame start in this game. I'm being mean, I know, but I don't care. It's true. But anyway, I mean, that's how I am. Sometimes it's just fucking brutal. But yeah, good game, but Miles needed a better start. But yeah, overall solid game. Just it just needed a bit more reworking in certain parts. Yeah, if this game is great to revisit for the holidays. Other like any other time, no. I think I need another break. Okay, intermission. I should have put down two intermissions, so the OCD in me is gonna do that right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that there. Okay, so now let's go to our second intermission. I'll BRB. Okay, I'll see why. What was CYL? No, SY. No, fuck, I don't know. See you later. Fuck it, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I was trying to be clever. I fucked it up. But anyway, I guess I will take a bit of a break from my own, cause why the fuck not? And check out what's going on Reddit and what's going on in my text messages. Okay, so um, let me just look at something else. Check on my. Just hang on. There you go. Okay, hold on. After I reply to this one message I have, I will continue. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading something. Okay, I'll read those three messages later. Okay, let's go back to. Oh, Maple's still like. Okay, Maple's still um not back, so I'll wait for him to come back. Anyway, I guess I'll just keep reading these messages. Hmm. Uh, oh, sorry. I just think I was about to say something out loud. I was just thinking out loud. Ignore what I just said. Okay. Okay. I'll just Maple should be back by now. Let me go and look. Okay. You're back. Awesome. Let's continue. Um. Yeah, I needed a break. Let me drink a bit of water. I was just like reading some messages online and responding to them. So yes, yes. Okay. Let us continue. This damn water. How would this lid come off? Damn. Fucking how the whole thing. Whatever. Mm. This damn thing did not want to come out. Anyway, or come off, whatever. Okay, intermission is over. Marvel Spider-Man 2. I'm gonna have a lot of pauses for this. So, because I'm fucking lazy, let's copy everything here, except for the last part. Man, people were disappointed about that. Like, no DLC being in the game. I'm just gonna copy everything here because I'm a lazy ass bitch. But anyway, because I mean, everything's. I mean, am I wrong about anything here? The game's just amazing. I love it. I don't think it's as good as the first, but it's very close in my opinion. It's just, it's just a solid game. I love it. It's just so great. Definitely better than Miles Morales by quite a bit. A little worse than the first one, but still very good. I mean, the gameplay is the greatest it's ever been. Like, it took what Miles Morales and the first game did, and then just made it better. Miles has more moves. Peter has more moves. Like Miles has two different powers now. His electric powers and that blue energy shit. Peter has his regular gadgets and abilities, and then the Venom powers and anti Venom powers. Like Insomniac, y'all killed it with the gameplay. You made it even better than in the first game because it's so fun playing with the Venom suit. The Venom suit is just the greatest thing ever. Like by far the greatest upgrade in this game. It's just so fucking good. It just feels so good to just kick ass in that suit, especially when you go into that ultimate mode. I forgot what it was called, but damn, it just kicks so much ass. Like it's just so good. I'm gonna be fangirling, so get used to it because this game is just that good. Like, am I wrong? Like the Venom suit it's just so good to play in. It's just so fucking great. I like I just oh man, that symbiote shit. Man, it's so cool. And of course, you get to play both Peter and Miles. It's awesome. Yay, we got a game where you get to play two of them and not just one. like in the first two games. No, you get to play as both, which I love. Oh man, because I like playing as both. I actually like playing Miles more in this game than in his own game. And Peter is more fun to use in this game than his old game. So yeah, they both got an upgrade, especially Peter. And yeah, the web wings definitely made traversal a lot easier. I used them a lot. Um, I didn't use them too much. Actually, no, I used them a lot. What am I talking about? I'm contradicting myself. I actually used them a shit ton. Blue Wolf was did not care. My friend Blue Wolf didn't care much for them, but I actually used them a lot, and I liked using them. Though the thing is that like they were nice, but like I wasn't like super obsessed with them if that makes sense because I was more enamored uh by the the upgrades to the combat that both Peter and Miles got. But yeah, the web wings were a nice addition. I like them, and especially like they're useful whether you're over water or whether you're just flying to the city and you got those wind tunnels and shit or wind streams or what the fuck they're called, whatever the fuck they're called. The web wings were nice. Um, and of course Peter got those robotic arms. I mean, I think he already had that in the. Did he have those in the first game? I don't remember, but they were nice to use in this game. And yeah, like honestly, Peter and Miles, they both got major upgrades in this game. The gameplay, yeah, it's not much different from the other games, but it is improved and advanced in the most upgraded and improved, sorry, in the most advanced ways possible. So they really did go out of their way to make the gameplay top notch. Are all these Spider-Man games PS exclusive? I think so. I'm pretty sure they are. I can look really fast, but let me check. No, no. The first one was also for Windows. That's right. I forgot. The first one was also for Windows. No, this one's for Windows too. Was the first one for Windows? I don't remember. Let me check. Uh, no, no. I'm sorry. The second one is for no. The second one is for. Wait, what? Why is Wikipedia saying? Maybe I should not be using Wikipedia. But no, I'm sorry. I guess this one, Spider-Man 2 is for the PS5 only. But the first two are for PS4, PS5, and Windows. So I think it's just Spider-Man 2 that's a PS exclusive. But the first two were not. Though Miles Morales was a launch title for the PS5. So I don't know if the first game was a launch title for the PS4 though, but it was bundled with the PS4 at one point. Anyway, um this one doesn't come out on Windows until January of next year, I believe. Okay, so it's a timed exclusive thing. I figured this was going to be on Windows at one point, but yeah, this was uh this was like this was so far this is only for the PS5. Oh, the PS4 came out in 2013. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. The PS4 did come out in 2013. I'm a dumbass. Sorry, I can't get my dates right. But anyway, but yeah, but the first Spider-Man game was bundled with the PS4 at one point. And there was even a special version of the PS4 Pro. I think it was PS4 Pro that had a Spider-Man design to it. Let me look it up because I don't remember if it was the PS4 Pro or just the. Yeah, it was the PS4 Pro. It was the PS4 Pro. Okay, so there was a PS4, and I believe it was yeah, and I think that was also bundled with the actual game. Yeah, it was limited edition. Honestly, I kind of wish I'd gotten that, but hey, I mean, I'm fine with just having Spider-Man, the Spider-Man bundle, the original Spider-Man bundle with the PS4, the Spider-Man bundle with the original PS4. So I remember getting this game the same night I got Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Nice. which I don't care about. The Super Mario Brothers Wonder, I mean, I just don't care about it. I did a test stream of it. I just don't care, which is weird because I don't know. Like it's not like a copy and paste game like New Super Mario Brothers Wii U was kind of. Like it did innovate. It did do some things differently. I just didn't care about it. Sorry. Anyway, the boss fights itself were also fantastic. Yes. The boss fights in this game were absolutely stunning. I mean, I sucked at them, but they were stunning as hell. Uh, I mean, really, the like everything was great in this game. The new abilities you got as well as the upgraded ones. Like just really everything in this game is just great in terms of gameplay. And of course, the music was great as well. Definitely, the soundtrack is definitely on par with that of the original game. Like just absolutely good, great. Like really, all these games, Miles Morales, the first game, the second game, they all have great soundtracks. So there's not much I can say about that. The story in this one, great. Not as good as the first, and we'll get into why that is because it's kind of a mess, as I said earlier, but still great overall. Definitely better than the one in Miles Morales, in my opinion, but not by a whole lot. Although I know some people are going to disagree with me on that. That's fine. But really, the first game had the fewest problems in terms of the narrative compared to Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2. But yeah, the story was absolutely great. I mean, what wasn't there to like about it? You know, well, other than how Miles was treated, but we'll get to that in a moment. You had like fucking Sandman making a classic appearance. His intro was awesome. Man, I love that intro. Like they start you off with the boss battle along with a bunch of random a bunch of enemy encounters from Sandman. So he had a shit ton of sand clones he had to fight. But yeah, like damn, like that was just one badass intro. Probably the best intro out of all of these games, if we're gonna be honest. The best intro. Because the first two had great intros, but this one just knocked like all like this one just knocked it out of the park. Like it was just amazing. I loved it. Like and there are so many awesome classic characters that appear here. You have Craven the Hunter, who is an important character in the story, of course. You have Tombstone, you have Martin Lee, you have Otto Octavius. Who, I mean, he makes one minor appearance, but it's a pretty significant one. But you have who else? And a few of the other villains that show up only for Craven to go and eliminate them. But yeah, of course you got all the characters, the supporting characters and main characters, Peter, Miles, and all their friends and family. Um, well, Peter doesn't have any family left, but you get what I mean. So, but yeah, like really, so many cool characters here, and are there any bad characters? No, I can't think of any. But yeah, like really, it was just nice seeing a bunch of people, a bunch of the classic characters in this game, and some of the villains even get a few of the villains even get redeemed or have already been redeemed or are trying to redeem themselves. I mean, Tombstone's making an honest living right now. I forgot what he's doing. I forgot what his current profession was. But yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like from Sandman to Lizard to Craven to Venom. Venom, of course, I can't forget Venom. He's also a very important character in this story. Not my favorite version of Venom though, and I'll explain why later, but yeah, like I absolutely I think Blue Wolf needs to be here because I feel like he has a lot to say about this game. But anyway, maybe I should have started with this first. But that's okay. Um but yeah, like I like how Martin Lee also, redeemed himself by helping out Miles and even giving Miles his powers. to keep. And who else? Mysterio. I mean, he's yeah. Mysterio makes an appearance in this game too. Uh, he's doing something that's not as annoying as what he usually does. So there's that. He. You can tell that he's still not completely good, but at the same time, he's not. He's not really a villain anymore. So I mean, that's there's that too. So, but yeah, I didn't even like how the Spectacular Spider-Man handled Craven. You didn't like it? I actually liked how they handled him, but I actually liked how they handled him. But I mean, I guess that's just my opinion. But what didn't you like about it? Turning him into a lion was a pretty dumb. Really? I mean, maybe it's just me. I honestly did not mind that. I actually thought that was pretty cool. I mean, granted, now that I think I know why you feel it's dumb, though. I think I know why you feel it's dumb. But I'll let you explain why, because I don't want to put words into your mouth. This game also easily has my favorite version of Craven ever. I remember being slightly underwhelmed when I first heard that Craven would be one of the main villains of the game because I never cared much for him, but man, was I wrong. I love how his entire motive is basically death can have me when it's earned me. Yeah, it was a cool motive. Yeah, I actually like how Craven was handling this game. I just don't like giving him radioactive powers like Spider-Man. Kind of took away from his character. Yeah, see, I knew you were gonna say that because the thing about Craven is that he wants to fight he wants to fight the strongest foes, but as himself. So, like the things that he wants to rely on his own abilities, his own strengths. So, giving him a lion power up so that he could go toe to toe with Spider-Man, that kind of defeats the purpose of his character. But honestly, I thought it made things interesting, so I didn't mind it too much. Blue Wolf, thank God you're here. Oh man, I was wondering where you were because I know you want to get in on this shit. You want to get in on this shit. You took a fat ass nap. Yeah, you did. But hey, I mean, you skipped over the least entertaining game out of all these games, Miles Morales. Right when you said he wished Blue Wolf was here, he came. Right, right when I wished he was here, he came. He was like, I wished you were here. You came. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. I have been summoned. My prayers have been answered. Speak of the devil. Yep. Fuck the last third of this game. Yeah. Don't worry, we're gonna get to that because oh man. Insomniac, yes, oh, it's Sony's fault. I'm gonna say it's Sony's fault, not Insomniac's fault. But we'll get to that later. Miles Morales is kind of right? Relatively speaking, anyway. But Spider-Man 1, yeah, amazing game. Just absolutely amazing. My favorite of the series. The game that I played the most. The other two I've actually not replayed. I was thinking about replaying the second one, but then I was like, no. And the Miles Morales I just never touched again. I was like, okay, I'm gonna play this once and then never touch it again. Just like you can play it again because it's short, like it's not gonna take very long, but like when you play it once, you don't feel like you need to play it again. In Spider-Man 2, I can see people wanting to play it again, but I feel like it just doesn't have as much replay value as the first game. To me, the first has the most replay value. It's a game that I can see myself playing many times because I have played it many times, or at least several times. But the other two, just no. Sorry. Not sorry. Anyway, hey, that Glad You Came song I have, I hear that song I see a song on DC. Oh, it's on Dance Central? I did not know that. Oh yeah, actually no, I think you're right. It is on Dance Central. In Dance Central. I don't know, I have not played that shit in a while. Peter and Harry are definitely best buds. So yeah, I liked how the relationship was explored in this game, especially during that flashback sequence of them being in high school. I actually enjoyed that. I think some people complain about that, but I actually didn't mind it at all. It made for some interesting. It made for a really cool. So it helped provide some context for their relationship and it helped to flesh out their relationship because Harry was only mentioned in the first game. He had these missions, these research missions you could do. He had research labs everywhere in the city. But here he becomes a very important character. And yeah, he is definitely the most likable here. I actually think this is probably his best version of his character, if I'm gonna be honest. He's a lot more likable here than every other version, in my opinion. And making him Venom at first, like giving him the Venom suit so he could help Peter out, that was actually a pretty cool thing. I actually like that. I actually thought that was a really fun and new idea. Didn't give a shit about the environmental labs though. Whoops. Same. I did only the first mission because it was required. The one where you have to go and examine car. You have to go and like find out like it's something to do with a car exhaust pipe or whatever. Like tracking down what cars were causing a bunch of air pollution. I did not give a sh. I did not care about those missions. Like I did actually try to do the side missions in the first game. I thought the side missions were fun in the first game. I played more of them than the side missions in any of the other games. I did do like side missions in all the games, but the first game side missions I played the most. But Harry's Labs I literally just skipped over. I was like, bye, bye. I was like, bye, bitch. I had a lot of fun like activating the towers and shit because like once you did that, you could fast travel. So I was like, let me just do all this shit so I can go anywhere I want. But the thing is that like the first game is so good, like the swinging gameplay is just so good that you don't really feel like you need to fast travel. Like it's there, you can, but usually you won't because you just love the swinging so much. And although at one point in the game it is required that you fast travel, or maybe twice in the game, I don't remember, but like that's just how good the swinging gameplay is in the first game. You can fast travel, but you just don't feel like you need to most of the time. It was a nice move to make Harry a genius like Peter. Yeah, Harry. Like in some cases, Harry is like not as smart as Peter, but in other like versions, he is. Which and I like that they went that with that route here because Harry actually wanted to take his research that was talked about in the first game. He wanted to expand on it and make it something bigger. And his dad was willing to help him. Like his dad even opened up this research center for him, and he showed Peter around. I actually liked that mission. It was really fun playing around with all sorts of things in that center, as well as like finding what was it, Craven's enemies in that center later on. That was fun. So yeah, like Harry was a really fun character in this game. I just hate that what happened to him during like in the end, like the ending was just sad. Like because like I just had so much fun with this character, and then but unfortunately something bad happened to him. So yeah, I mean he's not dead, but he's not exactly conscious. Yeah, like I like that Harry was Venom in this game. At least it was at least it changed things up with Venom. Although Insomniac could have gone all the way, and I'll explain why that is. But making Harry Venom was actually a pretty cool thing, and temporarily making MJ scream was also cool because at one point this one of the symbiotes controls MJ, and then she becomes Scream and she fights Peter. Like that was pretty fun. God damn, Harry was awesome. Yeah, Blue Wolf, exactly. Oh yeah, that reminds me what kind of gamer Patrick said in the chat. Like that mission where you and MJ and where MJ, Harry, and Peter go on they go on this amusement park, go to this amusement park, I mean. And I actually like that. It was fun just having them, play games with each other and hang out and stuff like that. I actually like these moments in the game. I know some people are going to complain about them because it's like, they're too slow, not enough action. Like, it's okay not to have action all the time, guys. Like, be patient. Like, like this is a good way to flesh things out between the characters. Not everything has to be nonstop action. To be honest, I think Harry as Venom was basically like Jason Todd as Arkham Knight, but done right. At least it was set up beforehand that Harry would be Venom and that he and Peter did have a dynamic friendship beforehand. Exactly, but then you have the Arkham Knight, which was it kind of came out of nowhere, and it the character himself wasn't very good either. Yeah, Harry usually comes across as a whiny rich asshole who isn't very smart, but here it's like, no, let's change that. Let's change that. See, we're talking. So we've been talking quite a bit about Harry. That's just how good he is. He's a good character in this game. I love him. He's great. Don't remind me of the Arkham Knight. Don't worry, I won't because it. We don't talk about the character Arkham Knight or the game. We don't talk about either. And if you're wondering how I'm doing on that game, I'm like halfway through the trophies. Halfway through it. Like I just finished what Miyagani Island and now I'm on Founders Island. I know I'm making a lot. I'm not making very much progress, but I am halfway through the trophies. I just hate that the Riddler trophies, I mean. I just hate that I can't get all of them until I do because a few of them are locked behind certain missions, which is one of the most retarded things you could ever do with these fucking Riddler trophies because it's like Arkham Knight constantly wants to waste your time. You can't just go right to. You can't just do something right away. No, you always have to do something beforehand. The game is constantly like that. I can't just collect all these trophies right away. Why do I have to do these missions first? Like why? I don't care if it's for story related reasons. I don't want that shit. But fuck. But we can rant about the Arkham games later. Because honestly, once I finish the Arkham Knight with the DLC and the Riddler and the Nightfall Protocol shit, I'm not touching it again. Because that game has constantly wasted my fucking time. It's a big waste of time. In some ways, it's wants to waste your time. It's like Skyward Sword, where you're constantly being forced to do things on the side that you don't actually need to do. It's like that. But anyway, perhaps a Batman Arkham Rantstream after this one. Yes, let's do that. Let's rip that game apart because Arkham Knight is probably going to be the game I'm going to be the most negative towards. The other games, not so much. Though I don't care much for Origins. It's just mid to me. But then again, it's but whatever. But like, yeah. At least Arkham Shadow did a better version of the Arkham Knight with the Rat King. Oh yeah, Arkham Shadow's a game now. I've heard about that game. I don't have that VR shit. What was it called? MetaQuest? I don't have it, so I don't think I can play it. Yeah, and after Arkham, a COD rant stream. Oh, that too, because I'm playing Black Ops 6 right now. I do plan to stream it at one point. I'm like, I just started playing the campaign. I am a good way into it. I'm on the part where where you can where you're in this this big site with a lot of sand and shit, like the desert, and you have to go around and then shut down these scud launchers. And I actually like this mechanic in Black Ops 6. I actually like it because it's like the weapons free shit in the Modern Warfare 3 remake, but not terrible. Like you have a big plane, you have like a big field to explore and objectives to accomplish, but it's actually better than how they did in Modern Warfare 3. So it's like Activision actually, well, not Activision exactly because they're the publishers, but the developers learned from the failures of Modern Warfare 3 and actually made that gameplay better, which I appreciate. But anyway, um, but yeah, like Harry, great character. But yeah, like what would be the hardest boss fight? Yeah, either the Venom fight or Scream. Those two are just really annoying. But and I also struggled with Craven the Hunter, as you guys saw. I just struggled with him. Um, yeah, I struggled with a lot of the bosses in this game actually. Although to be fair, it was my first time playing, and I hadn't played the Spider-Man game in a long one of these Marvel Spider-Man games, these Insomniac Spider-Man games in a long time, and I was still trying to understand the mechanics. So so please cut me a bit of slack, but yeah, I mean I still could have played better overall, but like yeah, it was my first time, so of course I was gonna struggle. And like literally, there are many parts where I was just like, you know, fuck it, I'm just gonna spam special abilities over and over again because I didn't know how else to handle these helps. And the new parry system was just, oh man, it was just hard to get a handle on at first. But I mean, I did kind of get the hang of it in certain parts, but not in other parts. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, there's just a lot to say on this about this game. Uh, let's see. Are there anything? Is there anything else? Oh yeah, that's right. The voice actor for Venom recently passed away. Tony Todd. Yeah, rest in peace, man. Rip. And I don't mean that in a humorous way. Rest in peace. It was sad, but yeah. May he rest in peace. Oh, I know that mission. Yeah, that mission, Black Ops 6, yeah. I'm actually having fun with it. And I'm also doing other stuff on the side. There are extra objectives you can do, but yeah, it's like they learned from Modern Warfare 3. Thank God. So, Meta Quest and Oculus Quest. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have either of those, nor do I care to get them. Because who needs them? But anyway, yeah, I plan to Rantstream a lot of games. I have to revisit the Just Dance series as well. And I have to do the Arkham series, and I have to do the. What else? There was one more. The Call of Duty. Yeah, Call of Duty, Arkham, Just Dance, and I think that's it. Oh, maybe the last of it. Oh, I don't really feel like I need to do that because I'm not gonna have much to. I'm not really gonna have many negative things to say about it. I have very few negative things to say about either of those games, especially the first. But anyway, he will always be a legend. His voice as Venom was probably the best I've ever heard from that character. Speaking of which, great voice acting all around. Agreed. The voice acting in this game was absolutely stellar. I can't think of a bad performance. All the villains, all the side characters, all the main characters, the heroes, everyone, great voice acting all around. All the minor characters, like really, I can't think of a bad performance. All of them were good. Like this game clearly invested in its voice actors and the graphics too. The graphics were just amazing. Like this game is the best looking out of all the games, in my opinion. All the Insomniac Spider-Man games. This was just great. Like the game just looks absolutely gorgeous. Especially like during the Sandman boss fight, like the visuals were just so fucking fantastic. And the cutscenes are all great. I like how there are no. Remember how there used to be a time in gaming where there would be like CGI cutscenes and in-game cutscenes. Well, I like how we're in an era where that's not no longer a thing, where you can have the cutscenes be the same quality all the way. I mean, back then it made sense because of technical limitations, but now it's like, nope, we can just make all the cutscenes just one kind of cutscene. So yeah, the graphics are just really great. Like the game just looks absolutely gorgeous. And going back to the story for a bit, let's see. Well, Harry was great in this game. I mean, really, all the characters are great, but I do have complaints about the story. I mean, I like this how the story was like. Okay, let's bring back the classic Venom storyline, and but let's put Craven the Hunter into the mix. Great idea, and of course, let's have Miles have his own storyline with Martin Lee, wanting revenge on Martin Lee. So uh, the story had a good concept. The execution was kind of good, but it had problems in certain places. But we'll talk about those in a moment. And the music, have I already talked about the music? I think I already did, but I mean the soundtrack is just it's great. It's again, it's on par with the first game. Really everything's great, but again, I have problems. I have negatives. Yeah, playing as Venom, that one scene, that one part of the game where you play as Venom and then you fight as him, uh, while you're fighting Craven, like you play as him while you're fighting Craven. That was actually pretty fun. It was just so much fun just blasting through everything mindlessly. It was just so much fun. Oh, and I can't forget Yuri as the Wraith. Oh yes, I loved her in this game. She was fun in this game. I actually liked how her character was handled in this game. She's basically a toned down female Punisher, which I'm fine with. Like I actually liked her character in this game. She was fun to work with and to play against, fight against. Like I actually liked how she was handled here, and I liked how Carnage from the Venom movies. If you haven't watched the Venom movies, you're not gonna know who the fuck this character is. But Cletus who ends up being Carnage. Yeah, Carnage is his what like Cletus with the symbiote. I think his name is Cletus. I don't remember, but that character, basically Yuri's enemy, the Wraith's enemy. Like he appears in this, and I thought that was really cool. Like they're like, oh, let's bring back this character from the Venom movies. I was like, okay, sure. But yeah, Yuri didn't really serve much of a purpose to the story. She was just she was really just uh kind of there. Like her mission was separate from the story. I mean, so yeah. Oh, it's Cletus. Okay, I was right. So yeah, like, but yeah, I mean, I still like that storyline was there. It just didn't have much to do with the main story. Yeah, it was a mix of the Kraven's Last Hunt and the traditional symbiote storyline. That's what the story was. And the execution was kind of good. Overall, it just had a few problems. Is there anything else I can say with the story? Say about the story? I mean, I'm sorry, my grammar's all over the place. By the way, you should check out the cutscenes for Arkham Shadow if you haven't already. It's actually a pretty good story. Just a shame that it's only a VR game. Yeah, I mean, I want to play it. It's like it's a VR game. I can't. I mean, I could shell out the money for that shit, but it's like, why would I want to? Why would I want to? I had no problems doing the VR for the PS4 because it didn't cost that much. And there was this one game that I actually really liked. FNAF Help, Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, and I actually used the VR a lot with that game. So it was a good investment there. But like getting these expensive as VR systems for just the Arkham Shadow game, I don't think that's a good investment. Especially when again these VRs are expensive. Anyway, um, are there any other positives about the story I can mention other than being able to play as two Spider-Man? I thought that was pretty cool. It's like, okay, now we have two Spider-Man. Let's see what we can do with that. I also liked. I'm not saying that the execution was exactly good. I don't. I kind of think it could have been better. But yeah, I know I have problem. Yeah, Miles's role, not just Miles's role, but MJ's role as well. Um, so the it's not so much her role; it's just her gameplay. I like that they wanted to have MJ be have a bigger role in this game. Like for her to be a character who doesn't have superpowers but can still like be a hero in a sense. I mean, I like that idea. I just feel like the execution could have been a bit better because her missions just fucking suck. But um, we'll get to that in a moment. But I mean, I do like that they tried to go for that idea though. So yeah. Any other things to the story I can say? Oh yeah, there's also Mouse's relationship with Haley. I'm kind of I have mixed feelings on that, and I'll get to that in a moment. I have mixed feelings on it. But I mean, I like this pairing, but I feel like the execution was kind of crap. But again, we'll get into that. But I do like that Miles has a girlfriend now, and it's one who's pretty cool. The MJ missions were an improvement over the first game. I mean, they were, but at the same time, they were more frustrating. It's like a double edged sword. Like they were made better in some ways. Like the gameplay was more fun, but at the same time, it was more frustrating. At least for me, because I tried to like them. I was like, I didn't mind the first ones, but it's like, okay, let's do them. Let's do them again, but make them even more fun. I was like, okay, cool. Let's have a bit more of the Last of Us kind of gameplay. I'm fine with that, but I feel like these missions could have been done a bit better. Yeah, basically Miles. That I said Miles. Basically Maple. That's the issue I have with Haley as a character, and that's not even the only issue, but it's the biggest issue I have with her. She's just basic. But are there any other positive things I can say about the story? Hmm. I don't know. I mean, the finale was pretty cool, except for one thing that I have a big complaint about, but I think you guys already know what it is, but we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, that's the thing. This game has quite a number of negatives that don't ruin the game, but kind of sour it for me. I mean, it's still a great game, don't get me wrong, but like it has quite a few negatives. I guess we could just go to negatives now. I don't think I have anything else to say about the story in terms of positives, or just the rest of this overall in terms of positives. Okay, so ooh, where do we start with the negatives? Okay, Blue Wolf, Maple, anyone else in the chat, feel free to rip this game a new one because I'm going to do that right now. Yeah, I like this game. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna rip into it, but you all know this. For anyone who's watched my streams, you know that I can like a game and rip into it. Like that's how I feel with The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. I love it, all versions of it. Well, not the Wii version. I'm sorry, the Wii version is shit. But the GameCube and Wii U versions are fine. But it has a lot of issues. It's kind of like the same with this game, where it's good, great even, but it has issues. It has issues, not as many issues as Twilight Princess, but still quite a number of issues. So, where do I start? Mm, oh, okay. Just issues that don't. Maybe these are the reason why I kind of don't want to replay the game. Maybe I should though, because I felt like I just kind of like tried. I felt like I didn't exactly get the time to fully enjoy the experience because I decided to just jump into it blind. So if I go back and just take my time with things more, I feel like I can appreciate the game more. But like, I still did appreciate the game a lot. But okay, let's just start with Miles. I think like he's the biggest issue I have with this game. Actually, no, he's not. But he's one of the biggest issues. He needs something to do. He doesn't have anything to do. I was like, but Chi-Man, but what about his revenge storyline with Lee? Yeah, so what? What about it? Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, it almost doesn't go anywhere. Like, it starts off great. He finds Lee, considers letting him drown, but then it's forced to let him get away when he tries to, because Craven and his army show up and cause trouble. It was like during this whole sinking ship thing, and Miles had a choice to either hold on to Martin Lee, or let him go and then help Peter save the everyone who was about to die. Um, so it had a solid start, and the ending was good. Miles comes across Martin Lee and is forced to work with him to help rescue Peter and give him a new suit. And Miles and Martin Lee have heart-to-heart conversations, and at the end of the day, Miles still doesn't forgive Martin Lee, and who could blame him? I mean, Martin Lee is the reason why his father died, but it was still nice, and it was a way for Martin Lee to repent and truly make up for what he's done. And he even turns himself into the cops. So the ending is good. So we have a good start to the storyline, and we have a good ending to the storyline, but there's nothing in between because for the most of the game, we're focused on Peter and his Venom problems. Miles doesn't have anything to do. He doesn't. He just doesn't. And it's really frustrating because his last game was kind of underwhelming in terms of not in terms of gameplay, but in terms of just giving him having him come into his own as a hero, because his storyline was kind of fucked up thanks to Finn. It's her fault, and no joke, she's barely even mentioned in this game. That's how irrelevant she is in this game. She was barely mentioned, which I found surprising because many other characters were mentioned, but not her. She had only one mention, that was it, which I found really funny because you think that she would have been a bit more important than that. because Miles was literally the reason she died. Oh, sort of the reason she died, sort of. So, but yeah, like even that gets sidelined. I'm just like, y'all be doing Miles dirty here. It's like y'all you gotta do better with Miles. Miles is my boy. Do better with him. He doesn't do anything in this game. He doesn't. And which is why I really feel like he should have been Venom. He really should have been Venom. Like he had the perfect opportunity to be Venom. I mean, think about it. The guy literally just lost his father to one of the villains. Venom latches on to people with who have strong native emotions. That's like that could have been something. It would have put Miles to the forefront because he would have been the one struggling with Venom, not Peter. And that would have helped tie into his revenge storyline with Martin Lee because that literally did not go anywhere, and at least until the end. So, like, you could have made him Venom. Miles really should have just been Venom. It didn't need to be Peter again. I mean, at least they kind of changed it up with Harry, but then it became Peter, and I was just like, no, no, you should have had it be Miles instead. Should have just had it be Miles. He needed something to do, and have Peter be the one to get him out of the Venom suit, not the other way around. Which was still a powerful moment. I still like that battle between Peter and Miles. And that actually inspired me to do something similar with my story. But the thing is that it's not going to be one of the heroes isn't going to be like isn't going to have like an alien life form possess him. He's just going to have a drug addiction, and the other guy, the other hero, is going to have to bust him out of it. So I took an inspiration from that. So it was still a nice moment, but no, it's really should have been the other way around. Like Miles, give us something to do. I'm sorry. I know some people are going to disagree with me on that, but I'm sorry, but Miles needed something to do in this game. It's literally just about Peter. And no joke, Genki's in this game too, but he's even less relevant. Sort of. I mean, he helps out with Peter at some points, but so I mean, he's there in the game. He's not like just there. He does have a presence, but he matters even less to Miles. And the things that Miles and Genki barely interact with Harry, and to a lesser extent MJ. I mean, no, Miles interacts with MJ quite a bit, but Genki doesn't. Like he barely interacts with her. Like there needs to be more of that interactions between the two groups of people: Peter, Harry, MJ, Genki, Miles, Miles' mother. All that needs to be. They all need to interact with each other more. Like because I mean Miles and Genki meet Peter and MJ. I mean they meet Harry. Sorry, they meet Harry once, and then that's it. It's just like okay. So and yeah, oh, there's so many good points in the chat here. I'll get to those in a moment, but yeah, that's my biggest complaint. Miles just doesn't have anything to do with this game. He's so I don't want to say irrelevant, but he's just Peter's a star here. Peter's a star here. Like they're both on the cover. They both have they both clearly have additional abilities. Peter with the venom, Miles with the blue lightning shit. You think that they're both going to be important? No, it's literally just Peter. I mean, Miles has helped Peter out whenever he can, as Maple pointed out in the chat, but this is more about Peter. And you could have changed things up by having Miles be the one to be struggling with Venom. I know some people are not going to like that, but I mean, like this, how many iterations of the storyline have we had? Change it up, please. Anyway, oops. Anyway, the first gripe for me is how I didn't care much for some of the new combat mechanics thrown in. Yes, I agree with that. The parry attack should not have been a thing in this game. I'm just going to be real. It should not have been a fucking thing. It's just difficult to get the hang of. You can master it, But to me, it just makes combat more cumbersome than it needs to be. And what really annoys me, and something that the Arkham games don't have a problem with, because like in the Arkham games, you do have counters as well. The parry is it's basically a counter, but the thing is that with the Arkham games, if you counter, you're not really in the danger of being hit while you're countering. While in this game, you can. Like if you parry, well, there's something stopping someone else from hitting you, which it's going to happen a lot in this game because like you deal with crowds all the time. So they're like when you're parrying, you should be able to like save yourself in case somebody's going to come out attack you mid parry, but you can't do that and you get hit a lot, and it's just really frustrating. Like whenever I count the Arkham Knight games, I never feel like I'm going to get punished. I mean, I feel like I'm never going to get punished for like trying to counter somebody's attack. Like the Arkham games are really good about crowd control. This game, not so much. The crowd, like if you fight in crowds, you're gonna fight actual crowds of enemies. You're gonna get overwhelmed pretty quickly, and if you don't have your parry down for squat, you know you're gonna get hurt or die a lot. And it doesn't help that some attacks that there are some attacks that can be parried, and there are some that can't be parried. And the ones that can't be parried, you gotta be careful with those because some of them are area of effect attacks, and if you're caught in that crossfire, you're in the blast in the radius. I mean, like you're fucked. It's just, it's just like, yeah. I'm sorry, but the Arkham Knight did. I said Arkham Knight. Well, it did, but like the whole Arkham series did this concept better. The parry attacks, they they just don't work when they. I mean, if you do the timing correctly, they work, but they're just cumbersome to use. So fucking cumbersome. But anyway, let me just write that down. The parry mechanic needs work. It is. It just sucks. It sucks. I actually like the idea, but the execution is just bad. Um, let me see. I actually have quite a number of negatives for this. I'm sorry, but like this game just has quite a number of problems. It's great, but at the same time, you just there are just these problems that you can't ignore. Anyway, it's like the writers felt obligated to include them in this story. Yeah, that's the thing. Miles feels like an afterthought in this story. Again, going back to my first point, it's called Spider-Man 2. And the title implies that there are two Spider-Men. Like if you look at the title along with the cover art of the game, it gives you the idea that you're going to be playing as two Spider-Men. You are going to play playing as two Spider-Men, but you also get the sense that there's going to be equal importance between these Spider-Men in the story. No, it's just Peter. It's just Peter. It's just Peter. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, I have other complaints. Let me see what the chat says though. Miles and Martin Lee do jack shit. Yeah, make basically what I've been saying. Craven takes way too much of the story. Venom doesn't take up enough of the story. Yes, that is the biggest problem I have with this game. How Venom and Craven were handled. Sorry, I can't type today. Damn, they could have been handled better. See, I like to call this the movie Spider-Man 3 problem, where you have two different or even three different storylines going on all at once and then just not having the skill to to make them all into some cohesive storyline into one, because the first game actually managed to do this. The first Insomniac Spider-Man game, the one for the PS4, and then later the PS5, actually had a number of things going on in the story, but all of it still was one single unified cohesive storyline. Because you had the Devil's Breath shit, the Sinister Six shit, Peter's uh Peter's issues with his job and everything else, like just a number of things going on in that story, but it all still but it all was still one solid storyline. This game isn't that. It's not. Craven and Venom, different storylines. They don't mesh together very well. They don't. And neither does the whole Miles storyline with Martin Lee. Three different storylines, and they're all over the place. Not as It's not as bad as in Spider-Man 3. Don't get me wrong. It's not as bad as in Spider-Man 3 because in Spider-Man 3, the movie, I mean, there were storylines all over the goddamn place. They just all sucked. Yeah, it's the Sandman shit, the Venom shit, the Green Goblin shit. They all sucked. But interesting ideas on their own. Execution, when you try all of them together, absolute crack. And in this game, it's kind of the same thing. Not as bad though. Not as bad. Still kind of bad. Because for one thing, Craven, he feels like a distraction. He's not the big bad. He's literally just there to not to cause trouble. I mean, that's what he does, but he's really just there just because he just wants to go out in his own way. Like he's gonna die, but he wants to die on his own terms. Again, fine. That's a good storyline. I'm not saying that's bad, but when you tie that in with the everything else, it just doesn't work because he comes off as a distraction. He's a distraction because Venom is the big bad, not Craven. And Venom himself doesn't appear enough. Like he doesn't have enough of a presence in this game. He doesn't. He had quite a bit of a presence in Spider-Man 3, the movie and the game, and the Spectacular Spider-Man. In this game, like he doesn't really start. He, it's not until like the final third of the story, or really the last two thirds of the story, but like really the final third, where he starts actually becoming having more of a presence. Because up until that point, he's literally just kind of there, and it's annoying. Just something that really bothered me. And we all know how irrelevant Miles' storyline with Martin Lee is. Like, again, three interesting storylines, but they don't fucking mix together very well. It's like, it's just, they all do come together at one point, but it's not in a very satisfying way. I'm sorry, just, no. And we don't even, I really wanted more Venom in this game because the thing is that Venom is really his own character. He's not just some random villainous alien entity. He is actually a character in his own right. I would have liked because like he does have some voice lines in this game, just not enough. I wanted to see more of him, more of his personality, just more of that shit. But you don't get enough of that, in my opinion. He just doesn't have enough of a presence in this game. It's like Craven's kind of just sucking up his presence. I really feel like Craven should have just been in his own game. I mean, I would have been. I'm open to the idea of him being in a game like this, but like the execution, no. I mean, I like the storyline in itself, but in in terms of the overall scheme of things, it just doesn't work. It's like Sonic 06, where Sonic and I'm sorry, where Silver and Shadow are the ones actually doing the important shit in the game, and Sonic's is just kind of there. It's kind of the same thing here, where again you have multiple storylines and they just don't mesh together very well. So, yeah, oops. Oops. I'm sorry. I'm being so shady right now. But um but yeah. Right, let me read what Maple has to say. Oh yeah, that's right. The final boss is so stupid. Like literally the final fight with Venom is literally just a QTE. I mean it was probably because Insomniac was rushed by Sony, but that's not an excuse to me. I'm not gonna blame Insomniac so much for it, but again, it's not an excuse for me. I expected a boss fight of and Peter Miles working together to take down Venom, not a freaking QTE. It didn't need to be a QTE. It should have just been an actual fight. It should have been, but it wasn't. So yeah, I wasn't really a fan of that. I didn't want QTEs for a boss fight. I wanted an actual boss fight. You're from the Philippines? Oh, nice. Yeah, you're like 12 hours ahead or something. I don't know. I disagree with this claim. I mean, their entire storylines involve characters that are dying from the inside, need the will to live and die, and their boss fight at the end of Act 2 bring those arcs to full circle. Yeah, but I still say that that could have been handled better. Because, like, again, these storylines just don't overlap very well. I think the main issue with Venom in this game had to do with times constraints and Insomniac being forced to cut out ideas they had for the final act to meet their deadline. Yeah, perhaps if Insomniac had had better time, more time, then maybe the storyline wouldn't have been a jumbled mess. But, but yeah, as Maple and Blue will say in the chat, the final third of the game was just. I mean, this is really an extension of some of these other points here, but the final third of the game is just. Oops. I need to be consistent with my tenses, but whatever. The final third of the game is rushed as hell because really it just moves so quickly. Like the first two thirds of the game have had pretty solid pacing, and then the final third, so much shit was happening so quickly. I was like, wait, can I breathe? Like, what's going on? Like, because like it's just like the Venom shit just happens so quickly. I'm like, wait, slow down, damn. Like they, yeah, like you again. Venom did not have much of a presence in this game, and they have to literally just rush shit in the. They really have to rush the final third in this game, and that was why Venom didn't have much of a presence, and like he was basically just relegated to the final act. That's the final third of the game. That's basically where Venom has the most presence. He should have had more of a presence before that. Even Tony Todd claimed that a good majority of his recorded lines didn't make it in the finished game. See, it makes me wonder if that Venom game is still happening. And they'll use that game to wrap up the symbiote arc, which really explained why the third arc felt more weightless when compared to the first two acts. Yeah, just things happen too quickly. Like I honestly feel like there were probably going to be four sections instead of three, but whatever. That would have also brought the entire theme of this game involving being greater together come full circle. I agree. I still did very much enjoy the last part of the game, but I wish it had more substance to it. I wish it I wish it had more substance to it because it just doesn't. It's great in terms of action. That's it. Like it could have been better. Yeah, MJ being Scream was actually pretty fucking awesome, not gonna lie. I was not expecting that. And it also helped you understand her character a bit more because like Peter, she was having a lot of emotional problems of her own. And I felt sorry for her, just as I felt sorry for Peter. The symbiote really does like feed on people's negative emotions and brings those forward. Yeah, that moment where Peter and Miles were punching Venom together, that was fun. That was nice. But yeah, the story is so a mess. Like the multiple storylines not being handled very well. Um, Miles not having anything to do, and Genki being even more relevant. The parry mechanic just all this pissed me off. So yeah, I'm sorry. Just this game has issues, and of course the final fight with Venom being just a QTE instead of an actual fight. Sony, maybe you should learn from Nintendo and not rush your games. Just saying, because I don't think Nintendo's ever rushed a game. If they ever have, it was probably rare. Like because Nintendo, they like to take their time with their games, make sure that they're ready before release. They do. Like it's rare for a game to ever be rushed out by Nintendo. So I feel like companies should just stop rushing games. Just fucking wait. Just fucking wait, please. And yeah, yeah, actually, that's a very good point. That's actually a very good point. Well, actually, before I talk about that, yeah, Nintendo usually does let their developers have all the time in the world to complete their games. See, Nintendo, you're not going to see things like, oh, we'll add hot fixes to the game later or patches or shit like that. I mean, they do use patches, but not nearly as often as other video game companies do. Like, you're not going to see that shit. Nintendo makes sure to get things right the first time around. It's literally every other company that just, well, maybe not every other company, but a lot of other companies doing that shit. And it's so fucking annoying. Stop rushing your games. You can wait. I'm sorry. I get it. You know, schedules, production, deadlines, holiday seasons, whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's better for you to just wait before you release something because once you release something, it's going to be hard to fix, if not impossible. A delayed game is eventually good, but a bad game is rushed forever. I think one of Nintendo's employees said that once. I cannot remember who it was, but yeah. Just fucking wait. Anyway. But yeah, I make this comment here. I kind of had the same issue as Peter where I'm always thinking to myself that I tend to forget about other people. I used to have that issue too. I don't have that issue anymore, but I did used to have that issue where I was constantly putting everyone else before myself and I was like, I can't live like this anymore. I can't live like this anymore. So now I'm better at setting boundaries and, saying no to people because at the end of the day you have to take care of yourself. It's good to take care of other people, but it shouldn't come at the expense of you. You should be able to take care of yourself. And that's the thing that this game actually does explore with Peter because Peter is constantly trying to help people and he's constantly putting his own life or job or whatever in jeopardy just to help people out. And the thing is that his kindness isn't always rewarded, and he's been doing this for years and years, and all that shit is just all that negativity is just built up inside of him, and to the point where it literally came out during that Venom fight he had with Miles, where he was Venom and Miles was trying to snap him out of it. Like, I just felt bad for Peter because he was just so tired of having to constantly just trying to help the town out, but not always having his kindness rewarded and just constantly being shat on by people like Jameson or whatever. And and the fact that he couldn't save his aunt from dying, just that was sad. So I felt bad for him. But yeah, I just felt really bad for him. So thankfully, Miles was there to pick him back up, and Miles was like, "Fam, you need a break. You've been at this for too long." So now Miles is now the main Spider-Man. Um, Hopefully the next game treats him well because the last two games didn't. But anyway, I'd rather have the games delayed than having the games rushed with little care. Exactly. I'm tired of seeing cyberpunks. I'm just tired of seeing that shit. This game is no cyberpunk though. Don't get me wrong. It's no cyberpunk, but it clearly needed more time in the oven. It needed more time in the oven. Although, to be fair, more time in the oven wouldn't have solved some of these issues, but it would have helped with other issues. But yeah, Miles, hopefully, as I said, he'll be better treated in this game because they had like two opportunities to get his character right. They didn't do that, in my opinion. Sorry, not sorry. In fact, I feel like this game, Spider-Man 2, actually does Miles worse than Miles Morales did. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. Like, because Miles is at least Miles had something to do in Miles Morales in his own game. In this game, he didn't have much to do other than helping Peter out. So sorry, not sorry. Insomniac dropped the ball with this character again. But ooh, hopefully we get Silk. If this game had been given more time in the oven, I think it would have surpassed Arkham City as being the best superhero game ever, or even the first Insomniac Spider-Man game. I feel like this game would have been better than that game if it had been given more time in the oven. Because literally, this game I could have given it a 10 out of 10. I felt like if it had been finished, it would have gotten a 10 out of 10 from me. No rushed final act, no irrelevant ass characters and all that shit. Just no, sorry. And that parry mechanic really needed to be refined. So yeah, Sony's in the same category as Activision, rushing through the game. Did I already read that? I don't remember, but yeah, Kind Gamer Patrick is 100% correct. Although I don't think Sony's as bad as Activision is, but yeah. Sony, wait, please. You can wait a few more months. Your games are not going to go anywhere. People aren't going to go anywhere. Because I just, it's not even just video games that have this issue. Like, you see this in a lot of areas where people just rush products out without taking the time to thoroughly test and refine them, and then they end up being flops. And I'm just tired of seeing that. Fucking wait. Please. Don't put something out there unless it's ready. Just like the GTA Trilogy remaster, that didn't get great views during launch. I refuse to call that a remaster. It's a regression. It's a downgrade. It does not deserve to be called a remaster. It's not a definitive edition. Although I heard recently that they actually fixed it up. I'm like, y'all had 3 years to do this. What the fuck were you doing this entire time? Like, y'all just didn't care, did you? Y'all just didn't care. But anyway, yeah, this game's not receiving DLC, but I don't give a shit. The reason why I don't give a shit is because I like this game a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that it's just not something that I'm super attached to. So the DLC thing, I did find it slightly disappointing, but I was like, oh, I wasn't asking for it in the first place. So, I mean, the first game had DLC, so people were like, oh, maybe this one will have it. And I think at one point it was going to have DLC, but I think I think the leaks ruined that. But honestly, or maybe they didn't. There was never going to be DLC. But I don't really care either way because DLC was just not something I was really wanting in this game. So yeah. So I mean, I'm not shedding any tears. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't be upset or disappointed. But then again, to be fair, there was really never any official confirmation of DLC in the first place, so it is what it is. But I mean, you can be disappointed or even upset, but and um, I think that's a valid feeling to have. But I personally am just not upset or disappointed. I just don't really care. Besides, I mean, I liked the DLC in the first game, but even I wasn't all that hooked into it. I liked playing them, but then I was just like, I'm not touching them again because I don't feel a need to. Like, so the DLC I liked in the first game, but I wasn't overly attached to it either. So if I wasn't overly attached to the DLC in the first game, I'm not going to be overly attached to any DLC for this game either. So yeah. Anyway, I guess taking a break from not making GTA 6, right? That's probably what Rockstar was doing. So I wonder what the fuck they're doing nowadays. What's going on in their heads? Because they actually used to try, but now I don't think they're trying. Then again, I haven't seen any of the GTA trailers or whatever is out there because I just don't care at this point. But I literally do not care. Because honestly, I don't even care that much for GTA 5. What makes you think I'm going to care for GTA 6? I enjoy GTA 5, don't get me wrong, but it's like, I'm sorry, but it was just not a game that I saw myself playing very much. I played a lot more of GTA 4 in the Battle of Gay Tony. Not the Lost in Damn though, because that's boring as fuck. Anyway, I remember the DLC packs include Beetle, Carnage, and the Spyverse. Carnage would have been nice. I wanted to see more of that storyline with Carnage and Yuri and all that shit, but whatever. Perhaps he might save those ideas for Spider-Man 3 or Venom game if that's happening. Maybe. I'll welcome them with open arms. The ideas, I mean, um but yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on the game. Are there any other things? This game's still better than Miles Morales, don't get me wrong, just not as good as the first. Though it's only a little behind the first. Which, although, again, if it had had more time in the oven, it would have been better than the first. I guarantee you it would have been better than the first. It would have been it probably would have been a 10 out of 10. I know some people are going to give it a 10 out of 10 already. I don't think it deserves that, but it would have been better than the first. You might get info on the Venom game from the Game Awards next month. Oh, okay, although to be honest, I don't really care about Venom getting his own game. I mean, if I don't care about his movies, which I don't I'm not going to care about I'm not going to care about his own game. But maybe his own game might be good. Maybe I'll care more about that than the movies because the movies suck. But the game, maybe it'll be good. Insomniac's next main focus is strictly on Wolverine. Oh, okay. Ironically, I don't really care about that. Sorry, I don't. I'm sorry. I know that sounds really blunt, but the thing, I'm sorry. It's just like Wolverine. I just don't really care much for as a character. Not because he's bad or anything. It just doesn't interest me. I mean, he was my favorite Marvel superhero at one point. I think I mentioned this in a few streams. Like, I actually used to be into his character a lot, but as I grew up, I just stopped giving a shit. Like, it was Wolverine that was my favorite, then Captain America, then Spider Man. But as I grew older, I was like, I don't care about the X Men anymore, or any of the other Marvel superheroes except Spider Man. So yeah. Anyway, um, yeah. Oh, the game had to change the game directors. I hope that's a good thing because that can actually backfire, but hopefully it's for the better. The main one left the project to go work on Perfect Dark, whereas the developers of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart will be taking over development. Oh, okay, that'll be interesting. Okay, I will see. I wonder how that's going to turn out because Ratchet and Clank was ripped apart. It's a good game. I haven't finished playing it, but it's a good game so far. So hopefully they can do something interesting with Venom. Do I have any other negatives? Are there any that I'm missing? No, I think that's it. Can y'all think of anything else I'm missing? Because I feel like I covered everything in this game. All the negatives. And there are quite a lot of them. Oh, no, I won't say a lot, but there are several that you can't ignore. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Kraven the Hunter's getting his own movie, but I don't care because again, like he's not. I've never been interested in this character. I mean, I liked how his character was handled here. I thought it was interesting, but Kraven the Hunter is just not a character I'm going to care for. So, but yeah, he's going to have his own movie, and as I said, it's going to be a Captain America movie, and we already got Deadpool and Wolverine recently. So Marvel's pretty busy. They're always busy, always. But yeah, Kraven the Hunter's going to get his own movie apparently. Hopefully it's good, but I'm not going to be watching it. Or the Captain America movie. Literally nobody cares about the Kraven movie. Ooh, 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 shit. So it's not just me. Like I literally don't care. I don't even think I was half. I think I was like half paying attention to the trailer and the movies earlier today because I was gonna watch Venom: The Last Dance, and there were a bunch of previews. So I was like, so I watched it, and I literally just kind of zoned out halfway through the trailer. I was like, I don't care. So yeah, yeah, he's gonna get his own movie. Nobody asked for it. So I don't know. It's like stop making shit that people aren't asking for. I'm tired of people doing that. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't do that and have a good product, right? Because Toy Story 4, nobody asked for it, but it ended up being good. Not the greatest Toy Story movie, but it ended up being good. So yeah, yeah, the Captain America movie I mentioned, the Daredevil movie. Was there a preview for that earlier today at the movie theaters for me? I don't even remember. Ironheart, I don't think I saw that. Or the Fantastic Four First Steps. Well, yeah, I used to be into the Fantastic Four quite a bit. Um, but not anymore. Let's see. Though I might go and watch one of their series, like maybe the 90s series, because I think there was one that was released in what, the early 90s, but whatever. Uh, there's Daredevil Born Again, Thunderbolts. I think I saw a preview for the Thunderbolts earlier today, but I don't remember. Let's see. Ironheart. Don't remember seeing that one. Eyes of Wakanda series. I've never heard of that one. The Marvel Zombie series. That's a thing. No one asked for Toy Story 5 either. True. And then there's the Wonder Man series. That's a thing. And the reason those are all coming out in the same year is because it's been on the shelves for a while and fans have been requesting for Marvel to slow down releasing content. I thought they were actually going to slow down. They're not. That's why I just don't care about the MCU in general. I don't. Not just because it's too fucking big and needlessly so, but also because it's just too fucking big. But also because there's just a lot of content out there that just doesn't need to be put out. Content that people aren't asking for, content that ends up being a waste of time. I mean, they've made some good series. Don't get me wrong, like some good content, but like y'all are doing too much. Slow the fuck down. Calm the fuck down, please. Because like I'm literally I can't keep track of all these shows they're doing. I can't. There are so many shows and movies and all that stuff. I'm like I'm not gonna try to watch all that. I don't have all the time in the world for that. Nobody has all the time in the world for that. I think that's probably the reason why I've kind of been turned off by superhero stuff lately. Not just because I kind of grew out of that stuff, because again, I used to be into all that Marvel and DC stuff as a kid, but over time, I'm just seeing so much superhero stuff being released. And I'm like, I can't keep track of all this stuff. And that's not even getting to all the comics. I can't keep track of all that shit. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't have the time for that. I want to get into this stuff, but nowadays I want to get into this stuff, but it's like, y'all are just making it hard for me. So sorry. Just no. Just stop. Just stop. I'm sorry. Just stop. Stop. Y'all are killing me. You're killing everyone. You're drowning us in content, much of which we didn't even ask for, while neglecting the content that actually does matter, like the Black Widow movie. One movie, and it sucked. Kind of. Like, y'all did that. Black Widow was my favorite adventure. Y'all gonna do her dirty. Y'all gonna do her dirty like that? Y'all gonna do her dirty? Like, and they can't make any more movies with her, technically, unless they go back in time. But it's like, y'all do that with her? Well, I mean, technically, the Black Widow movie was kind of like well, was it? I don't even remember how the timeline in that movie worked. I'm just not gonna bother. I lost track of all the Marvel movies, right? Like back then, it was not that hard to keep track of everything, but now it's just ugh. However, after next year, there will be more limited content in terms of movies and shows. Good. Releasing up to 4 or 5 movies or shows a year. Like, why? See, the thing is that Marvel, y'all don't have all the money in the world. I know you're all rich, but like, you don't have all the money in the world. Like, you can't invest in all these equally and expect good results. Like, as the old saying goes, less is more. but if you slow down and do fewer things, then the product's going to be better, invariably. Well, maybe not invariably, but like I think that generally they're going to improve. Thunderbolts is basically Black Widow 2 with with Yelena returning. Okay, good, because Yelena, I actually like her as a character. I actually do like her as a character. I do. Especially since she's one of the few people who ever actually fought Black Widow to a standstill. The others being like people like Silver Sable and the Punisher who have also fought Black Widow to a standstill. So it's like, Yelena is a fucking badass if she can handle Black Widow. Because like that fight they had in the movie, I was like, damn, yo, who's gonna win? I don't know who's gonna win. It was like they literally fought to a standstill. I was like, they just like both tapped out at the same time. Like fuck it. But yeah, Yelena was just a great character. I loved her personality. I loved the fact that she was just as skilled as Black Widow while still being her own character. Like, yeah, she's a badass. And when it comes to the MCU Spider-Man, that's set to come out in July 2026 between Adventures 5 and 6. Oh, I did not read that correctly. Oh, well, whatever. Anyway, okay, so that one's gonna come out in a few years. All right. But yeah, I don't have anything else to say, so conclusion. I guess we can go on to the conclusion. But yeah, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, great game, just had a few problems that kind of prevented it from being a perfect game, or even better than the first game. Because like it could have been better than the first game if it had just had more time in the oven. It didn't. Okay, comments. Overall comments. The first game is amazing. The second game, Miles Morales, is good, but let me just say Miles' game because I know some people are probably going to get confused by that. Miles' game is good, but um, it's the weakest and of the three games. And then the second game, Spider-Man 2, is let me just I'll say fantastic. It's fantastic, but falls short of perfect. Because like I feel like this, and by perfect I don't mean like perfect like flawless. I just mean perfect like 10 out of 10. Because a 10 out of 10 game can have flaws, but the thing is that it's not going to have very many. It'll have very few, if at all. So it's fantastic, but it just falls short of its full potential. Let me just say that it falls short of its full potential because the third act was just rushed as hell. Sorry, not sorry. So I'll give the first game a 9.5 out of 10. And the thing is that I normally don't give very high ratings for games. I'm sorry, I'm just critical like that. So if the game like this gets 9.5 out of 10 from me, you know it's good. So Miles Morales, I was gonna give it an 8.5 out of 10, but no, I'm just like no. I'm sorry, no. Finn just kind of ruined the game. Well, not ruined it, but it just gave me it left a bad taste in my mouth. I'll give it an 8 out of 10. And the short length of the game just didn't help either. So I'll give it an 8 out of 10. Marvel Spider-Man 2. Okay, now I don't know what to give it. I'm not going to give it a 9.5. I don't feel like it deserves that. I know some people are going to disagree. That's fine. Some people are even going to give it a 10 out of 10. I'm just like, no. But I can give it a 9 at most or an 8.5. It doesn't deserve an 8, but I don't think it deserves a 9.5 either. So I can give it an 8.5 or a 9. An 8.5 if I'm feeling critical, a 9 if I'm feeling generous. I guess I'll just give it a 9 because even though it has some glaring flaws, like I really did enjoy this game a lot. So I feel like it does deserve a 9. So I'll be nice and give it a 9. But Miles Morales can get an 8. And the first game can get a 9.5. Which is sad because again, the second game could have been a 10 out of 10, but those glaring flaws are just yeah. Okay. Spider-Man 4, I mean. Oh, okay. The same summer that Tom Holland is going to be in an Avengers movie, Spider-Man movie, and a Christopher Nolan movie. Yeah, that guy has a lot on his plate. But he's going places. He's doing pretty well. And he even and from watching like the extra content for No Way Home, he actually did quite a bit of directing in that game in that movie too. Like, I mean, like he actually helped the director out and tried and actually did some directing of his own. Of course, the director had the final say, but Tom Holland actually got to say quite a bit of in that movie as well. So I feel like he could actually do quite well as a director. So yeah, I think that guy's going places. And No Way Home is definitely his best performance yet as Spider-Man. The first two movies had great performances, but that one definitely sealed the deal. Anyway, um, so let's see. Saying, wait, no. When it comes to comparing Spider-Man 1 and 2, it's like comparing The Godfather Part 1 and 2, whereas the second one is better than the first in many ways. It lacks the foundational wow factor that the original Godfather had. It's exactly the same. Exactly. I've never watched either movie, but same thing. Makes it feel which makes it feels like an inferior movie to original Godfather when it really shouldn't be. Exactly, it's the same thing here, where the second Spider-Man game is actually better in terms of gameplay. Don't get me wrong, like the gameplay is the first two games, not just the first game, the first two games had great gameplay, but Spider-Man 2 really made the gameplay a lot more fun if you ignore the parry mechanic. But and but like it it falls short in a number of ways that it shouldn't, which prevents it from being better than the first game when it really should be better. But anyway, in my original review, I gave the first game a 4.5 out of 5, and the second game a 5 out of 5. But I might switch those scores this time around. Understandable, understandable. Maybe you had a bit of a honeymoon phase because that can happen with a game where it's like you love it, but then you come back to it and it's just like, why did I think this was perfect? This especially happens when you're a kid, of course. Like I'm sure we've all had moments where, as kids, we liked certain games, but then we come back to them and we're just like, why? Wow, this game is actually not that good, or at least not as good as I thought it was. Why did I like this so much? But at least with this game, Spider-Man 2, it's like you might come back to it and be like, so great, but yeah, the problems are pretty glaring. But anyway, but yeah, Spider-Man 2 could have been better in the first game, but just wasn't. Sorry. No, I really wanted to give this game a perfect score. I wanted to give Spider-Man 2 a 10 out of 10 because I felt like it would have gotten that if it had been given more time to be developed. But it wasn't, unfortunately. And it sucks because this game deserved better. It deserved better. But yeah, that's all I have to say. And I'm glad I did this rant stream. I got a lot off my chest because man, I had quite a bit to say about all these games because they all had one at least one major thing that I just didn't fucking like. The first game had the whole shit with Silver Sable. Second game had the whole shit with Finn. I feel like Finn is even worse than Silver Sable in some ways. But to but anyway, and the third game had I don't want to say I really don't want to say Craven the Hunter, but he kind of was a problem in that game for the reasons I mentioned. And Venom too, both of them, where it's like these antagonists could have been great, but just fell short. I feel like actually no, you know what? Silver Sable, I think it's worse than Finn. Let me take that back. I think Silver Sable is worse than Finn, at least in some ways. They both kind of suck, but but like one is worse than the other in some ways, if that makes sense. But anyway, I digress. And Craven and Venom were just they felt like they were competing for like the spotlight in the game, and it that just didn't translate very well and kind of messed up the narrative. And Miles was just pushed to the side. It was like bye. Anyway, but yeah, that's just me. The games are great, but they have issues. Yes, they all have issues. The last one actually has the most issues out of all of them, but it manages to be better than Miles Morales. Miles Morales has fewer issues than the second game, but to be fair, that's because it didn't have as much to work with. So I don't think that's actually that. I think that actually makes Miles Morales look better. because Miles Morales again, shorter game, not as much content, so the issues aren't going to be there aren't going to be as many issues. At least it's going to be more likely that there won't be as many issues. But anyway, yeah, this was a fun rant stream. I had fun, but they all have issues. These games, I mean, they all have issues, and then and like they're not. Some of them are pretty minor. Just it's just like whatever, but some of them are pretty big. Hmm. But anyway, what can you do? I don't know. I feel like the third Spider-Man game, or at least the next game, whatever the naming convention is going to be for the next game, I feel like that's going to come out for. I feel like that's going to come out for the PS5. It's like, and by extension, the PS5 Pro. I don't think PS6 is going to come for a while, especially when the PS5. Well, I mean, then again, I mean, games do take these kind of games take like at least 3 years to develop. So maybe the PS6 will be coming. Maybe the next Spider-Man game will come out around the same time as the PS6, and maybe it'll be a launch title for that. Who knows? But anyway, I know Maple and Blue got a lot of this game off their chest as well, right? I'm sure they did because yeah, we all. I don't want to say we tore these games a new one. Certain issues we tore a new one, but not the games overall because the games are overall fun. They're overall uh great. Let me go back and actually add that. But they all have issues. Especially the last one. Yes, the last one has quite a number of issues. But it's not the weakest though. Miles Morales is the weakest game. I was gonna give Miles Morales an 8.5 out of 10, but after ranting about Finn and shit, I was like, no, you get an 8. I was like, I'm gonna dock you half a point. I mean, not to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean to the game. It's just that it's good, but it needed to be better because you had one job, Insomniac. Miles needed a great start. That was kind of not it. And then and like when I played Spider-Man, when I saw Spider-Man 2, like when I heard that it was going to come out, and you saw the trailers and like when like oh man, I thought, oh wow, maybe they're actually going to have Miles do something great this time. No, that didn't happen. So yeah, oops. But anyway, but yeah, I had fun with that Rantstream. I don't think that after Spider-Man 3 that should be the final game of the series. Yeah, I feel like that it should stop there. Like Insomniac doesn't need to do this any more games. Just stop there. Just stop there. Then Insomniac might put more focus on Wolverine and the X-Men for their future. Yeah. Yeah, definitely focus on those guys. Because I actually do like Wolverine and the X-Men. Because they were actually my favorite superheroes. Oh yeah, I forgot. The X-Men was actually my favorite. They were actually my favorite superheroes at one point, especially Nightcrawler. But um and Rogue and Storm. But yeah, like as I said, I just kind of grew out of that superhero stuff. But now that I'm getting back into it, I'm thinking maybe I'll write my own story. Yeah, because like superhero stories are fun, and plus I've been writing a lot of slice of life stories, and I'm just kind of tired of that genre. So I was like, let me just change it up a bit. I'm just gonna change it up a bit. But I digress. I digress. Especially because the league suggested that they signed a partnership where they are only allowed to make X-Men games up until 2035. Whoa, what the fuck? Huh. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. So I guess the last game is going to be Insomniac's, and as I said, Insomniac's Spider-Man game. The next Spider-Man game is going to be Insomniac's last Spider-Man game, and I'm fine with that. They don't need to make any more. I've recently watched a video where a couple people read the plot leaks for the Wolverine game, with some custom art being presented as well. Really, I'm getting tired of leaks. Stop leaking shit. You guys ruin things for everyone when you do that. Stop leaking shit. Stop it. Like y'all can't just leave developers alone. Not just leaks for anything. Not even just video games. Leaks for anything. Like movies. Stop. Just stop. There's a reason why that shit has to be kept a secret. And like our teasers not enough, our trailers not enough, teasers and trailers or shit like that. Is that shit not enough for you people that you can't just like be satisfied with those though? You gotta go and leak the whole shit out. Fucking hell. Wolverine gameplay videos are they keep being leaked every week now. See, it's gonna be a lot more fun just waiting until the final product comes out to try it out. Like again, it's fine to have trailers and stuff like that, but that's not enough. People have to like just leak all of this shit, and then when you come to the final game, it's just not going to be as fun because you already kind of know what's going to happen or what you're going to get. So stop with the leaks. I feel bad for game developers. I really do. I really do. Aside for like on top of being rushed for deadlines, not all of them, but a lot of them, they have to deal with leaks. It's a hard job. It's definitely a hard job. It's definitely a hard job. I'm glad I didn't become a game developer. I felt like I would have hated it. I hope we get something about that at the Game Awards or something from something else soon. Same. How this was fun. I don't think I have anything else left to say. I feel like there's one more thing I could talk about with the last Spider-Man game, but I don't quite know what it is. But then again, I'm sure if there had been one last thing, then the chat would have mentioned it. I don't think there is, so I don't think there was anything, so whatever. But yeah, I had fun with all these games. Mostly with the first game, but all these games I had fun with. I don't have anything else to say, so does anyone else have anything else to say? I just remember that the Marvel Rivals game is coming out next month. That's a thing? Maybe I need to pay attention to Marvel more because some of this shit I did not know about. Some of it I know about, but some of it I don't. This basically seems like Overwatch with Marvel characters. Why do I feel like that's not going to do well? Because like sometimes when you just whenever people like do these ideas because other people are doing them just simply because they want to do them, sometimes it just doesn't end well because it ends up being a half-ass copy basically. I really don't want that to happen with this Marvel Rivals game. I just don't. But hopefully maybe it'll be something. Maybe it'll be something. Hopefully it won't be something like Crash Team Rumble, which seems to be a boring as fuck battle royale game. Anyway, what are you gonna do after this? Probably just spend more time writing my story and then go to sleep. Yeah. Are you gonna rant stream or a gameplay? Next time, I don't know what I'm going to do for a rant stream. I haven't fully decided. I need to watch The Wild Robots and then I'll rant about that along with Venom: The Last Dance. Although I feel like I'm gonna be a bit more prepared for Venom: The Last Dance because I actually do have I don't have much to say about that movie because the Venom movies are just very basic. Like there's not a lot going on in the plot in terms of depth. Like there's just not a lot of depth. But I feel like I actually do have quite a bit to say about that movie. But the Wild Robot, I still have to watch. So it's gonna be a while before I do a rant stream on that. I'm not sure I want to watch it like tomorrow or Saturday. I will see. But anyway, And again, I would recommend checking out the gameplay and cutscenes for Batman Arkham Shadow because it's actually pretty damn good. The story takes some bold risks I didn't expect and some interesting narrative choices. It also gave some extra characterization to Harvey Dent and the connection he had with Bruce Wayne when they were younger. Good. Hopefully, the Caped Crusader does that too because I want to see more. I want to learn more about Harvey Dent and Bruce Wayne's relationship with each other. But anyway, I will check out Arkham Shadow. Um, I can't play the game, of course, but I will check out gameplay for it. The Rat King is basically like the Arkham Knight, but done right. Huh, interesting. Maybe I should check that out too. Oh, I need to check out I need to watch the Penguin. I need to watch the Penguin. And there's even a video made by Cloud Puncher 139 that explains exactly why that is the case. Oh, nice. I should watch that. I have a lot of things to watch. Yeah, I have a shit ton of things to watch. Uh, and there are even rumors that Rocksteady could be working on a new Arkham Asylum remake remaster. Oh, cool. Possibly even a new Batman game in general. Okay. Of course, I know these are rumors, but anything's possible. Although, considering most of the creative team from the Arkham games left Rocksteady, I don't have much hope in that. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. And we're probably going to see Batman in the come back to life in the next update for Suicide Squad. Um, Kill the Justice League. In the next update for Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Okay. Yeah, probably. This means we'll get to hear Kevin Conroy as Batman one last time. May he rest in peace. Oh, damn. Hmm. Just reading through something here. Let's read through some shit. Reading through some shit. Okay. Let's just mark that as read. As for yeah, thank you for attending, Daryl Player. See you later. Have fun at school. And thank you for coming. Uh as for the shows I'm watching now, I just started Shogun and the Fairly Odd Parents New Wish. I've heard of the of New Wish recently. Um my cousin told me that I think she's watched a bit of it. I think she said that it's good, but I have to go and watch it myself. I'm watching The Ultimate Spider-Man, but only because I want inspiration from my superhero story, not because I actually care about it. I don't. I don't like it, but I mean, I mean, I'm trying to like watch more superhero content so I can get inspiration for my story. Because that's what I did for the spectacular. Oh shit! Sorry about that. That's what I did for the spectacular Spider-Man, which was a great show, by the way. That I watched it not just for that, but not just because I wanted to write a superhero story, but also because I just liked the idea of it and heard good things about it. So I was like, okay, let me just go. I had heard good things about it, so I was like, let me watch it, and I watched it, and I had fun with it. But yeah, I'm watching the Ultimate Spider-Man, and of course, I'm planning to go back into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because I'm on what Josuke's arc. I'm like halfway through it, where a certain person, a certain villain, um, gets away after the gang literally tries to, is literally this close to getting him, but he gets away and ends up killing a stand user. You guys know who I'm talking about. The guy who's literally spent his entire life hiding in that town. But anyway, I'm halfway through that arc. And then after that, there are two other arcs I need to watch. And apparently, there's this anime on Netflix called Beastars. It has anthropomorphic animals in it. The season three is going to come out pretty soon. I'm excited for that. Um, oh yeah, and Arcane season two recently came out, but I think that was already mentioned in a recent stream, but or at least Maple mentioned it. I don't remember if I mentioned it, but yeah, or maybe he didn't. I don't remember. I don't know. My memory's all over the place, but yeah, Arcane season two has just been released, so yay. Most fans seem to quite enjoy New Wish and claim it was much better than they expected. Okay, good. And now the Fairly Odd Parents fans are trying to get that show training on Netflix in the hopes that Nickelodeon will greenlight season two. Nice. The second act comes out this Saturday, and the first act came out of Arcane season two came out last week. Okay, nice. I still need to watch season one though. I've only watched the first four episodes because I've been quite busy, but um, I will try to watch more of it. I will try to watch more of it. So I got Arcane, Beastars, Ultimate Spider-Man, uh, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Anything else? I feel like Mm, need to check out the Penguin as well, and I think that's it. I think I'm just gonna focus on those shows for now. I might just give up on the Ultimate Spider-Man at one point because it is so fucking bad. Such a terrible show. How did it get four seasons? I don't know. How did it get four seasons? It was just absolutely terrible. Two episodes in, I already want to stop watching it. I didn't have this problem in for the Spectacular Spider-Man, which unfortunately is not Disney Plus anymore. But uh, it's like that's a Spectacular Spider-Man. I mean, the Ultimate Spider-Man is just that's so gross. List of episodes 26. Yes, 26 episodes per season. I mean, oh man, the show sucked. Okay. The series received mixed reviews. But I'm reading what Wikipedia is saying. Brian Lowry of Variety criticized the series, suggesting that the source material was strained through the juvenile, rapid-fire joke filter of Family Guy. See, that's exactly how it feels. It's like Family Guy, but shit. It's shit. And that's exactly how it is. Exactly. It's the same fucking thing, 10 times worse. Oh my god. And he called the show a high-profile misfire that didn't bode well for Marvel's efforts to straddle the line of catering to kids without dumbing down venerable properties that plenty of adults know and love, which is where the Spectacular Spider-Man actually succeeded. It was geared towards kids, but it didn't dumb down anything. But the Ultimate Spider-Man did. That's how it felt to me. Oh, somebody else literally said this. The first episode feels rather lame and perfunctory, with wackiness dialed up to 11 in an effort to distract how fundamentally bland it is. Right? Like the humor feels like a mask for how bad the show is. Like it's trying to hide how bad it is by using a lot of jokes that just don't land. Just which is sad because it was an interesting premise, but the absolute interesting premise for the show. Spider-Man, becoming a better hero under Nick Fury's guidance, and even having a team of other heroes who are also trying to learn to be better heroes. Interesting concept, shit execution. That's what I have to say. Just give up on the Ultimate Spider-Man. That's what I'm doing. Like it's literally a slog. That's what I want to do actually, because it's a slog to watch these episodes. 2 episodes in, and I just started the third one. I literally gave up like 3 minutes in. It's just so bad. It's just so awful. It's so awful. Like worse than Sonic Prime's humor. Worse than Sonic Prime. Yes, it's worse than Sonic Prime. I'm gonna say that right now. But anyway, how was my day in life? Well, as I said, I watched like the most recent Venom movie, the Venom: The Last Dance, earlier today with my mom for my birthday. Late, very late birthday, because it was like on October 2nd. But like today we watched a movie to celebrate it because we've just been busy with a number of things. But anyway, I watched it. It sucked, but again, it's a Venom movie. What do you expect? I think it was on honestly on par with the second in terms of quality. So it wasn't as bad as the first because the first was just the worst of all three of them. But I'm just glad the series is over. Venom does not need another movie. This was actually I actually did like the ending of this movie. I actually did like it. So it was a satisfying conclusion. I will give the movie that, but it just sucked. But again, it's Venom. I mean, the writers don't know how to write a joke or a story, but they kind of didn't suck with this one. So I mean, yay! This makes Sonic Prime look amazing. Ultimate Spider-Man. Anyway, exactly. If you thought Sonic Prime's humor was lame or non-existent at the very least, you did not watch the Ultimate Spider-Man. It's just so bad. So fucking bad. I can't. I need to have a rant stream on this on the animated series, the different animated Spider-Man series, because there was a classic one, the 1994 classic series. I haven't watched the any series earlier than that, but the 1994 one was a classic. The Spectacular Spider-Man series was a classic, and then you have the Ultimate Spider-Man, which is ass. It's ass. Just pure liquid shit. It's like they don't know how to talk to children. It's one of those shows that tries to talk to children a certain way, but like it feels kind of patronizing. Just the voice that Peter Parker uses, where he's like, "Hey kids, like this is my school, and I have all these awesome like badges and shit," and it's just like, stop talking like that. Stop, just stop, stop it. Ugh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to digress, but just stop talking like that. Ugh, just I'm sorry. I'll stop. I can't talk about that show anymore. I feel like I'm gonna like. I feel like I'm gonna have a stroke if I talk about this show anymore. Noel doesn't do jack shit in Venom 3. Who's Noel again? I literally do not remember. No, who was he again? Fuck, I literally forgot who he was. Noel is the main villain in King of the Symbiotes. Oh yeah, the God guy. I'm sorry, like he was so irrelevant to me that I literally forgot his name. I, I'm so. Uh, I'm sorry. I literally forgot what his name was. He like I just didn't care about him. But anyway, it's also funny how the movie was trying to be deep and emotional. I don't think anyone really gave a crap. You know what the ironic thing is? I actually kind of cared. I actually found that sad. No, don't get me wrong. I actually found the ending sad. I found it sad. I actually did, believe it or not. But like, I thought it was a decent way for one of the characters. I won't say which one. One of the characters to go out, but um I actually thought that was not bad. What made it better was that, like, literally up until that point, Eddie and Venom's relationship just hadn't been written very well because it's like they both constantly annoy each other. It's usually Venom doing the annoying. Whenever they make sacrifices for each other, you're meant to care, and you just don't. Because it's like they spend most of their time fighting, so why should I give a shit? There aren't very many moments in any of the three movies where they actually bond or seem happy with each other or like do nice things for each other, stuff like that. It, they're they're just one of those old married couples that argue a lot, but not but those at least have charm. These two don't. So oops. Am I the only one that is getting sick and tired of characters in movies claim they are sick and tired of the multiverse than being sick and tired of the actual multiverse itself? Um, oh, I think I see what you mean now. Sorry, it took me a while to process that because I didn't quite understand. But, but, I'm, but I don't. I guess it's because I just haven't watched enough Marvel content. But like, but I actually did not know about that issue. So, but that's just me. Like, if studios really want to stop doing multiverse stories and stop doing multiverse stories, yeah, okay, I see what you mean now. I really think that Marvel should just stop. Like, the MCU is big enough as it is. You, we don't need any more multiverse stories. I feel like okay, multiverses are not necessarily bad, and I think I've said this in a few of my earlier streams. I don't remember which ones, but multiverses are not necessarily bad. But the thing is that Marvel has made way too many of them. Marvel has just made too many of them. Just there are just too many. It's just one big MCU with different versions of different characters, or and it's just too much at this point. This is what happens when you get too ambitious with your projects. If you don't scale things down, or keep things under control, or show or exercise some fucking restraint, this is what you get. You get just a big bloated mess, and then it's gonna and it's by then it's already too late to clean it up. Well, good night, kind gamer Patrick. Thank you for being here. I'm also referring to a line in Venom 3 where he claims he's tired of the multiverse crap. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, fam. And Deadpool and Wolverine made a crack at it as well. Okay, so I see what you mean now. Yeah, it's like you're having characters like getting annoyed about this multiverse crap, but you could just stop making the stories. Like the writers could just stop making the stories. So I see what you mean now, Maple. I see what you mean now. Yeah, I agree. It's stupid. Like it's like you acknowledge the problem, but you're not gonna fix it. And it's stupid. Either have a multiverse story or don't. Don't whine about it and then keep making more. Not saying that your characters can't complain about shit, but at least make it shit that you know, at least make it about shit that actually makes sense. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, the multiverse saga is going to be wrapped up after Secret Wars. Oh, thank God. Which will then lead to more focus on the mutants and X Men. Yeah, that's what I like. Just self-contained stories that don't get too big. Like show restraint. Show restraint. If you don't, bad things can happen. Show restraint. If you want to, it's I know I can understand Marvel desire to want to like make as many stories as they can, expand upon things, but you get but like your multiverse is so fucked up that and so big that now now it's now people there's just so much content and it's just a lot to take in and a lot of it is just crap. It's just too much to handle. It's too much. Sorry, just stop doing it, Marvel. Calm down, Marvel. Do what Taylor Swift once said. You need to calm down. Calm down. But yeah, that's all I have left to say. And I'm getting kind of tired, so. Oh, this was fun. I got a lot off my chest. So much off my chest. So much. But if does anyone else have anything else to say? I'm about done as well. Okay, good. Oh yeah, I feel good now. I actually feel good. Tired but good. It's like, okay, now I said everything I need to say. 4 hours and counting, right? With a bit of breaks. With some breaks here and there, but yeah, it's basically 4 hours, even if you take out the breaks. I don't think I had breaks for that long, so I need to go and eat something. I have not eaten dinner, so I need to go and eat something. But yeah, oh, I need to go and watch Wild Robot. That's gonna be my next movie that I'm gonna watch. I don't regret watching Venom: The Last Dance. It was uh watchable, but yeah, it sucked. But then again, Venom movies just suck in general. Oh my, then go eat something. I will, don't worry. I'm not super hungry, because I did have a bit of a snack, a large cookie before I did the stream, and I'm glad I did. But yeah, I'll go and eat something. Yeah, I will watch The Wild Robot. I will. 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 But yeah, this was fun. Thank you, Maple, for being here, and Blue Wolf and Prime Gamer Patrick, everyone else who was here and who helped me just tear the mess out of some of the issues these games had while praising the games overall because they're great, but not without issues. Most game, really no game is without any issue, but some games have more issues than others. But yeah, thank you for being here, Maple. I'm glad we got this out of the way because I had a lot to say. We all had a lot to say. Hey, but yes, go and play any of these games. I recommend them. Just know that they're not perfect. They have problems, but that doesn't stop them from being great games. So Insomniac, thank you for making great games. Hopefully, as Maple said earlier in the chat, this next game that you're going to make for the Spider-Man franchise is going to actually have plenty of time to be cooked in the oven. Hopefully Sony will give Insomniac more time this time around to make the next game. Don't fucking rush Insomniac, Sony, unless you want to repeat a Spider-Man 2. Don't fucking do it. Seriously, stop doing it. But anyway, that's all I have left to say. Thank you all so much for watching this. I'm Miller 15. I'll see you guys next time. So until then, deuces and goodbye.